thanks for joining us, and we are waiting for everyone to join us in. Can we just have everyone joining us right now? We don't want to run short on time, so we want to start it as soon as possible, as per schedule. So this is the 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave and Power Brand Awards 2025. Oh, I have to keep repeating it again and again till all the seats are filled up. I have to also make sure that nobody misses anything, so I have to repeat myself. Or just hold on, pause for some time. This event is powered by Dr. Satya Brahma, one of the biggest names in the media. It's also an honor to say that we all belong to Orissa. Though we have been working in Mumbai, he has become a big name in the circles of media. He's a pride of Orissa. We have Mayank Gandhi, sir. Hello, sir. Namaste. How are you, sir? How's your work going on with the farmers and always helping people? Hello, sir. Yes, sir. How are you? Thank you, sir. So I also commend the work that you do for the farmers, especially in Parli village and everywhere. I think people look up to you for all the help you bring towards them. If people are bombarded by calamities, natural calamities, sir is always there to help them. So it's an honor. I have known him after attending the events here of Dr. Satya Brahma. This is the 14th event taking place. I have been part of past 7 events. And interestingly, Dr. Satya Brahma is the student of my papa. He's a professor. He was a professor in Orissa. Sailendra Narayan Tripathi, he's seated there. Now he has become a person who needs a wheelchair. So, okay, say hello to my papa. He's in a wheelchair and he's having Parkinson's, so he has difficulty in coming, but he's very proud of his student. And interestingly, Papa's student is employing me. It's interesting. It's a nice turn of events. So I think Papa is blessing Dr. Satya Brahma and everyone. Let's go ahead with the show. Is everyone here? Can we start? Good morning, namaskar, and a very warm welcome to all of you at the iconic and prestigious 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave and Indian Affairs Power Brand Awards 2025. I'm Leslie Tripathi. I'm an actress, I'm a social activist, and host of The Leslie Show, because I'm also a journalist. I'm truly honored to be your host for this magnificent celebration of leadership, innovation, and excellence. Proudly brought to you by Network 7 Media Group. The India Leadership Conclave is not just an event, it is India's most prestigious leadership brand, envisioned and curated by the visionary Dr. Satya Brahma. Since its inception in 2009, this conclave and its awards have become the gold standard of recognition, celebrating those who dare to disrupt, inspire, and transform society. This year, we gather under a powerful theme, India at 3, Power, Purpose, and People. A theme that reflects the spirit of a nation at a defining moment where leadership is not just about authority, but about responsibility, impact, and inclusivity. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 hours, we will witness thought-provoking debates, compelling conversations, and visionary ideas from our esteemed speakers and leaders. Together, we will deliberate on issues of tremendous significance, issues that shape not only our present, but also the future of India and the world. And now, before we begin our maiden welcome address, let us immerse ourselves in the spirit of this year's conclave. Can we have the AV, please? Oh.
ओ ताजुल दे यार।
मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। सजा मिलकर के रहेगी।
We stopped a lot of wars, and these were serious wars. Would have been going on right now. You had India, Pakistan. These are two serious nuclear countries, and they were hitting each other. You know, it seems like a new form of warfare. India and Pakistan were going at it, and they were back and forth, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and we got it solved through trade. We said, you guys want to make a trade deal? We're not making a trade deal if you're going to be throwing around weapons and maybe nuclear weapons.
Donald Trump has said 29 times he said, 29 बार उन्होंने बोला कि भैया मैंने सीज फायर करवाया। अगर वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं तो अपने भाषण में यहां प्रधानमंत्री कह दें कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं। यहां पे अगर दम है तो यहां पे प्रधानमंत्री बोल दे कि ट्रंप झूठ बोल रहे हैं।
दुनिया के किसी भी नेता ने भारत के ऑपरेशन रोकने के लिए नहीं कहा। 9 तारीख को रात को अमेरिका के उपराष्ट्रपति जी ने मुझे फोन पे बताया कि पाकिस्तान बहुत बड़ा हमला करने वाला है, ये उन्होंने मुझे बताया। मेरा जो जवाब था, जिनको समझ नहीं आता है उनको तो नहीं आएगा। मेरा जवाब था, अगर पाकिस्तान का ये इरादा है तो उसे बहुत महंगा पड़ेगा। मैंने कहा था, हम गोली का जवाब गोले से देंगे।
On one side, India has improved a lot globally. The name India has made its mark as one of the strongest nations in the world to long for. India as a nuclear weapon state has also achieved globally. India at 2047, the big picture. We have a great army actually. Indian army are the honest and the most efficient army in the world actually. Time has come us for Prime Minister Modi to make his own voice actually. We cannot simply threaten Pakistan, but we must tell them that India has come in its own way. India has come in its own way.
A big hello and welcome to the nation's most prestigious and credible leadership conclave, now in its 14th year. The 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave and Power Brand Awards 2025 from Network 7 Media Group. This year, we gather under the theme, India at 3, Power, Purpose and People. Not just to celebrate success, but to confront the uncomfortable truths. Because true leadership is not about applause, it's about accountability. Network 7 Media Group is of the opinion that India's challenges demand bold, multi-sectoral reforms. Solutions must bridge inequality, generate jobs, and restore dignity to the undeserved. Below is a strategic framework to address India's most pressing issues. As India steps into its third decade of transformation, the 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave confronts the paradox of progress. Soaring ambitions shadowed by stark inequalities. From boardrooms to bastis, from unicorns to unemployment lines, this is the moment to ask, who truly holds the power, what drives our purpose, and how do we uplift our people? India's duality is undeniable. One Bharat thrives in digital corridors and global summits. The other waits for water, jobs and dignity. Unemployment is not just a statistic, it's a silent emergency. Basic amenities remain a distant dream for millions, even as India boasts billion-dollar valuations and space missions. Leadership today must be disruptive, inclusive, and accountable. Dr. Satya Brahma, founder chairman, Network 7 Media Group says, India doesn't need cosmetic reforms or headline theatrics. It needs a moral uprising, a leadership that dares to bridge the two Bharats, not just celebrate one. India's destiny will not be shaped in boardrooms alone. It must rise from the bastis, the farms, and the forgotten lanes. Reform must be ruthless on inequality and relentless on dignity. If India truly seeks global power status, it must first protect its forgotten people. Financial dignity is not a privilege, it's a right. A nation that ignores the basic rights of its millions cannot lead the world, only trail behind it. We are not here to echo problems. We are here to ignite solutions, practical, achievable, and rooted in the realities of Bharat. Because true leadership doesn't just diagnose, it dares to deliver. Founded by Dr. Satya Brahma, Network 7 Media Group stands as India's most influential and disruptive media powerhouse, unapologetically independent, fiercely unbiased, and relentlessly committed to truth. In an era where power brokers attempt to muscle dissent and manipulate narratives, Network 7 refuses to bow. As Dr. Brahma declares, we are not scared by the power brokers who try to muzzle and silence our voices. We are here to stay, standing tall and reporting journalism the way we look at India. Our core agendas is to promote democracy, dignity and disruption. No corporate leash, no political compromise. Our editorial compass is guided solely by the public interest. We report what others won't. From untold stories to unreported solutions, we shine light where silence reigns. We empower the people. Every headline, every campaign, every summit is a call to action for reform, accountability and justice. What sets us apart? Fearless investigations. We challenge the status quo, expose governance gaps, and confront institutional failures. Aggressive advocacy. Our journalism is not just reportage. It's a movement. We provoke, debate, demand answers, and drive change. Path-breaking initiatives. From the India Leadership Conclave to Power Brand Awards, we curate platforms that celebrate reformers, whistleblowers, and ethical trailblazers. Our voice is our weapon. Network 7 is not just a media group, it's a resistance against censorship, complacency, and corruption. We speak truth to power, amplify marginalized voices, and redefine what journalism means in a democracy under pressure. Let the spirit of innovations begin. India Leadership Conclave 2025, where visionaries converge, ideas ignite, and the future of India is rewritten with courage, creativity, and conviction.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the ball rolling. Let's begin the proceedings of this grand conclave. And as tradition has it, the show begins with the showman himself, the visionary behind this movement, Dr. Satya Brahma. Dr. Satya Brahma is India's most respected and distinguished journalist, the chairman and editor-in-chief of Network 7 Media Group. A relentless champion of citizens' rights and free speech, he has stood at the forefront of United Nations peace programs, advocating for dignity, justice, and reform. He is also the author of the acclaimed book, Vision India, Truth versus Hype, a work that challenges perceptions and ignites debates. An industry expert and one of India's top journalists, Dr. Brahma's academic brilliance is equally inspiring. A master's degree in political science with first gold medal from Berhampur University, Orissa, a master's journalism and mass communications, and a PhD in mass communications. Today, he brings to us a subject of immense urgency and moral responsibility. From debt to death, unmasking Bharat's agrarian crisis and the politics of farmer neglect. This is not just a theme, but a call to conscience, a reminder that the backbone of our nation, the farmers deserve justice, dignity, and reform. But wait, before Dr. Brahma takes the stage, let us witness his perspective on the present state of reforms in the country. Can we have the AV, please?
Voice that power cannot silence. Dr. Satya Brahma. In an era of manufactured consent and media compromise, Dr. Satya Brahma stands as a towering force of editorial integrity, a visionary disruptor, fearless journalist, and uncompromising truth teller. As chairman and editor-in-chief of Network 7 Media Group and the architect and founder of India Leadership Conclave, he has built more than a media empire. He has ignited a movement. Unbought, unbowed, unafraid. Network 7 is not a media house, it's a rebellion, a fortress of independent journalism, a sanctuary for suppressed voices, a crucible where reform is forged and orthodoxy is shattered. Under Dr. Brahma's leadership, journalism is reclaimed as a public service, not a product. The Satya Brahma Doctrine. Dr. Satya Brahma's voice is not just editorial, it's elemental. It cuts through noise with clarity, confronts power with precision, and commands attention with moral authority. His words are not crafted for comfort, they are engineered for impact. Whether through biting satire, summit provocations, or campaign punchlines, his voice is a rallying cry for those who dare to dissent. Principles over proximity. No bending to political pressure. No bartering truth for access. No compromise for convenience. Every brand under Network 7 Media's banner is governed by one sacred law. Truth must be told, no matter the cost. A media storm with purpose. Dr. Satya Brahma doesn't just report the story. He rewrites the script of accountability. He doesn't chase trends. He architects movements. His editorials don't whisper. They thunder across corridors of power. From unmasking governance failures to amplifying ethical leadership, his voice is a scalpel against spin and a spotlight on truth. He's not a commentator, he's a catalyst, not a bystander, he's the storm. In an age of noise, he crafts clarity. In a landscape of silence, he provokes reckoning. His campaigns are not content, they are crusades. His headlines don't fade, they ignite. Dr. Satya Brahma is where journalism meets justice and disruption becomes doctrine.
With a thunderous applause, let's have Dr. Satya Brahma on the stage, the man behind this movement, the visionary, Dr. Satya Brahma.
Thank you, Leslie, for your kind words. A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the special broadcast of the 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave and Power Brand Awards 2025. So when I conceived India Leadership Conclave in the year 2009, I called Hillary Clinton who came, and Nelson Mandela and others. So over these years, actually it has traveled to so many destinations, so many speakers have spoken. But I'm still not yet found out the solution where actually we are heading for. We debate, we discuss. We participate in various forums also. But we clueless actually where India is heading for. Because we don't know what our ultimate goal is all about except sloganeering and the headlines management. I don't believe in an approach where the anchors of the television media are being paid 20 to 30,000 rupees every day, comes from the highest office, and they have been given a script to speak. There is no voice of the opposition. We have mercilessly muzzled them actually. There are few voices who come out. But there must be a day where India will awaken actually. It is not that we are not a prosperous nation. India today is a global power. There is no denying the fact we have everything with us. India as a nation has become a global destination for the foreign investors to come in. But when they come to the destinations where they choose, there is the Land Ceiling Act. There are bureaucracy hassles. I don't agree when Prime Minister Modi tells that we have simplified the process. ये जो देश है, ये देश आपका है, आप कहाँ पे भी कुछ कर सकते हैं. But I have gone to the ground and I have seen, if you cannot bribe the sub-collector and the sub-register, they won't do your job. This is the reality. But many people are not speaking about, because since they are being bought over actually. But today we are not here to be a pessimist voice. I am here to tell you that what we can do, what are the solutions actually. We don't have to live in a present which is shrouded with mystery, with so many things. It is true that we have come a long way. But if you ask me, India did not get independence in 2014. India got independence in 15th August 1947. For those who say that India got independence in 2014 are living in a fool's paradise. Many people have sacrificed their lives for the freedom movement in India. They have done everything possible to make India great. So let us not discriminate these leaders. Let us not pinpoint these problems. Let us not fight, and don't take away the legacy. Make your voice felt actually. But don't impose dictatorship actually. After China, we are the second largest populated country in the world. We have everything with us. Mr. Rajiv Nath, who is with us today, the thermometer which you are using is being imported from China. Can't we make that? I totally understand that Atmanirbhar is the need of the hour. But where that Atmanirbhar will come when we don't innovate ourselves and give that kind of impetus? Why China? So today you are making friendship with Xi Jinping. The next day you have a fight with Donald Trump. Next day you are hugging with Vladimir Putin. You go to Russia, you go to Kyiv. But what is the message? What is the Bisugiri all about? We have everything with us. Look at the kind of uniqueness of the culture. We have so much of religion, so much of caste and creed, but still we fight on election on that one. The autonomous bodies in India, Election Commission of India, Enforcement Directorate, Income Tax. These are the wings which are totally acting under the preview of the current dispensation. And I have no hesitation to say that they listen what the Prime Minister's office tell. And in other words, the Chanakya of India's Home Minister. To me, this is not right. This is a very bad trend. I am not here to believe that EVMs can be hacked. But I also know that I am revealing today there is a chip, a small chip which you can't find out. From Israel it has come. Put that machine in EVM. It will come out 101 seats, 101 seats. JDU contested and BJP contested. They can win 95. They can win 95%. Why give 10,000 rupees to women if you're speaking about women empowerment on 6th of November when there is a code of conduct going on? What is Ganesh Kumar is doing? You are the Chief Election Commissioner of India. Don't you have shame that you can't have your own principles? Are you here to bribe us? Are you here to tell us that you take money and vote for us? This is not the nation we live in. We have the 4 pillars: legislature, executive, judiciary, and press. And if the Supreme Court goes against some of the rulings of the government, the law minister Kiran Rijiju comes and gives a press conference. Judiciary doesn't have the power. It is the parliament which will decide. And who is the parliament? It is Chandrababu Naidu in one leg, Nitish Kumar in another leg. And Jagan Reddy, who is fighting a battle with all these things, he wants to save his skin, so he'll have to support the government. I'm not saying that you do things, but you act with prudence, that people are listening. People like you. And I also admit one thing here. Of all the prime ministers that we have seen in India, Narendra Modi stands apart from others in terms of the visionary leadership and the kind of direction he has given. But don't take away the blame from others. What you preach, what you profess, you must practice. What is not true is not true. And what is right is right. So please stick to that one. And if you take your people along with you, irrespective of religion, irrespective of caste and creeds, then we can prosper actually. Don't have the formula like 80-20, play with the communal cards, and do foreign diplomacy which becomes a disaster. So let's pave the way for an India where we can be self-reliant and we can make India great by bringing the people together, giving them impetus. Unemployment is the biggest cause in India, as you have seen in this AV. We need to address those one actually. Remember, 53% of Indians' population still live in villages. They earn less than $1 per day. So what do they require? Their rice comes from the government, 2 rupees. So they won't work. So what is called as formal employment? What is called as informal employment? Are you trying to tell us that you have to sell teas and you have to see vegetables and they can be the part of the nation building? This cannot be. You give them the kind of market price they require. There is a farmer agitation going on. Farmers are dying. They are committing suicide. Today we have Mayank Gandhi with us. He will speak us what is the agrarian crisis is all about. Why the farmers are suffering like this? Agriculture becomes our only and one primary source. And we don't look into that one actually. We talk about those things. We're tom-tomming about India, which is to me is not true actually. I've been to various parts of the world. When you go there and they ask me the questions, I don't answer them because I don't want to name and shame India because I am the proud son of India. This is the Bharat where I've taken birth. But this is the place where I live in. And this is the place where I will depart. But I've decided one thing in life, no compromise with principles. I will fight till the last. And I'll hold those who engage in moral practices and in corruption. I have done all those activities actually. And as I lead BBC here now, I have given a stern message. Despite the pressures, despite the attack, despite the family troubling that I will confront, I will be unmoved. I will voice my opinion. Money is not my criteria. What is the criteria? What is the goal? The goal that I'm looking at is empowering people like you. And we need a nation where there is an empowerment, there is a people coming in, there is a free flow of information, and nobody's voice is muzzled. So let the spirit of innovation and credibility, let the spirit of freedom actually shine in this particular India Leadership Conclave. This is what all I have to say. Thank you very much for your patient hearing, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Satya Brahma, for charging the atmosphere with your electrifying, independent and fearless journalism. Your words remind us why trust and truth must always stand taller than power. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to hear from a visionary who has transformed ideals into action. Our first speaker today is a remarkable social entrepreneur and activist, Mr. Mayank Gandhi, founder and chief trustee of the Global Vikas Trust. In his earlier avatar, he was a celebrated town planner, shaping cities with vision and precision. Today, he is shaping lives in villages, bringing hope, dignity, and opportunity to the most marginalized. His work in Marathwada, particularly in the Beed district, stands as a beacon of how one individual's resolve can ignite collective transformation. Mr. Gandhi will be speaking on a subject that resonates with the very soul of our nation, from debt to death, unmasking Bharat's agrarian crisis and the politics of farmer neglect. This is not just a topic, but a lived reality for millions of farmers who toil under the sun, yet struggle under the weight of systematic neglect. His voice today will echo their pain, their resilience, and the demand for justice. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming with thunderous applause, Mr. Mayank Gandhi.
नमस्ते। सबने ब्रेकफास्ट लिया है ना? कोई बिल्कुल ताकत ही नहीं है रूम में। सत्या, तूने इतना ताकत दिया लेकिन क्राउड में कुछ भी हुआ। नमस्ते। मेरे बारे में कुछ ज़्यादा ही बोल गए, इतना कुछ नहीं है। तो थोड़ा सा मेरा जर्नी पहले बता देता हूँ, और मैं अंग्रेजी में नहीं बोलूँगा, हिंदी में बोलूँगा। मैं एक इंटरनेशनल अर्बन प्लानर था और डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ में काम करता था, 23 कंट्रीज़ में काम करता था। और थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड था अध्यात्म का, और यही सोचता था कि ये जो सोच है which is based out of knowledge, out of validation, conflict resolving, interconnectedness, यही तो विश्व की सोच होनी चाहिए, रादर देन किसका भगवान बड़ा है, किसकी पुस्तक बड़ी है, किसका मैसेंजर बड़ा है। मुझे लगा कि ये ज्ञान और समझ जो है वो वर्ल्ड व्यू, वो आरएसएस का शब्द है लेकिन मैं बोल सकता हूँ, ये जगत गुरु होना चाहिए, ये सोच, ये देश नहीं। फिर ये सोचा कि अगर ये सोच को अगर हमें प्रीडोमिनेंट करना है तो कौन से देश से हो सकता है? तो ये एक ही लेबोरेटरी है, वो है इंडिया। और अगर इंडिया की बात तो कोई सुन नहीं रहा है, क्योंकि इंडिया सक्सेसफुल नहीं है, गरीबी है, इनइक्वालिटी है, बहुत कुछ है। मुझे लगा अगर इंडिया को सक्सेसफुल बनाए तो उसकी सोच पूरी दुनिया सुन सकती है, समझ सकती है। तो फिर मैं इंडिया वापस आ गया, और मुझे ये लगा, थोड़ा नाइवली भी बोल सकते हैं, कि अगर देश की पॉलिसी ऐसी कर दे कि गरीबों के लिए अगर पॉलिसी बने तो ये देश बदल सकता है। मैं आया था देश को बदलने, मैं यहाँ वहाँ छोटा मोटा काम करके खुश होने को नहीं आया था। तो मुझे लगा कि देश की पॉलिसी बदलें। तो अन्ना जी के साथ मिलके राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ पावर एज पर 74th अमेंडमेंट, और इस तरह से बहुत सारे कानून जो थे उसके ऊपर हमने वर्क किया अन्ना जी के साथ, उसको पास भी कराया। लेकिन फिर समझ में आया कि वो रिफॉर्म्स, लॉज है, वो अपनी लाला लैंड में है, उससे ज़मीन के ऊपर कुछ फ़र्क पड़ता नहीं है। तो गरीब से गरीब आदमी को कौन टच करता है? तो सरकार ठीक से चल नहीं रही है। तो हमें लगा कि सरकार को इतना प्रेशराइज करें कि वो ठीक से चले। तो मैंने, अन्ना जी ने और केजरीवाल ने मिलकर इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन शुरू किया। और आप जानते हो कि इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा मूवमेंट था, और सरकार को काफ़ी प्रेशराइज किया, लोगों को जागरूक किया, लेकिन लास्ट में वो पॉलिटिशियन ऐसा करके हमको बेवकूफ़ बना गया। फिर ये सोचा कि यार सिस्टम में रह के अगर वो नहीं करते हैं, देश उनका थोड़ी है, देश तो अपना भी है, अगर वो नहीं करते हैं तो हम सिस्टम में जाके करते हैं। और फिर हमने एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, आम आदमी पार्टी बनाई, और फिर उस समय एकदम माहौल भी आ गया था, सरचार्ज थे, हमको लगा ये देश बदल जाएगा। और 2015 के चुनाव दिल्ली में हुए तो 14 में मोदी जी जीत गए थे नेशनल इलेक्शन, और स्टेट आफ्टर स्टेट जीत रहे थे। तो मैंने मोदी जी को चैलेंज किया कि आपका अश्वमेघ का घोड़ा मैं दिल्ली में रोकूंगा। और फिर हम लोग सब ने मिल के जो कैंपेन किया तो 67 सीट मिल गए 70 में से, और होल कंट्री फेल्ड के समथिंग इज गोइंग टू हैपन टू दिस। अनफॉर्चुनेटली उस समय केजरीवाल ने ये सोचा कि नहीं, मुझे प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना है, और फिर उसने चूज़ किया पावर ओवर प्रिंसिपल्स, सत्ता ओवर सिद्धांत। और फिर मैंने भी सोचा यार ये पॉलिटिक्स के लायक मैं हूँ नहीं, पॉलिटिक्स के अंदर कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें करनी पड़ती है जो मैं शायद नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। और ओशो कहते थे कि लाइफ के अंदर गरीबी भी है, अमीरी भी है, तुम्हें चूज़ करना है कि तुम ज़िंदगी कैसे जियोगे। और ये लग रहा था कि पॉलिटिक्स से ज़्यादा एक्सट्रीम पॉवर्टी कहीं भी नहीं है। फाइनेंशियल पॉवर्टी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बाकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ, क्वालिटी ऑफ। तो फिर मैंने पॉलिटिक्स कम्प्लीटली छोड़ दिया। फिर मोदी जी के वहाँ से फ़ोन आया, नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव ज्वाइन कर दो। राहुल का भी फ़ोन आया, तो मैंने कहा भैया चाटा मार दो लेकिन पॉलिटिक्स ज्वाइन मत कराओ अभी। तो फिर ये सोचने लगा कि देश तो बदलना है, तो कैसे बदला जाए। तो ये कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है कि देश की इकोनॉमी को अगर बदलें। 1722 में हम सोने की चिड़िया थे
पार्टी के,
तो क्या हुआ, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ा।
महाराष्ट्र के हेड थे आप।
अरे भैया मैं सब कुछ था, लेकिन उससे देश को नहीं बदल सकता तो क्या मतलब, पोस्ट लेके बैठूं क्या।
अरविंद केजरीवाल आपके घर में आके सोते थे,
तो क्या हुआ, उससे क्या फर्क
तो
पड़ता है।
आपको उनको समझ नहीं पाया उनको।
नहीं, मैं बेवकूफ़ हूँ, उसको बिल्कुल नहीं समझ पाया।
फिर उनको घर में बुलाया आप, वो फिर
नहीं, तभी मुझे लगता था, जैसे आपने बोला मैं समझ नहीं पाया, और मैं आपको सर्टिफिकेट स्टैम्प पेपर पे लिख के देना चाहता कि मैं बहुत बड़ा बेवकूफ़ हूँ, पहचान नहीं पाया एक आदमी को। ऐसी लाइफ में 2-3 घटनाएं भी हुई है।
लेकिन आपने मुझे बताया था वो आपके घर में जब आए थे वो बिस्तर में नीचे सो गए थे और 2 रोटी खा के वहाँ पे वो टाइम पे आपको लगा था कि ये कुछ करने वाला है।
बिल्कुल लगा था, तभी तो मैंने सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के, काम धंधा सब छोड़ के उनके साथ लग गया था, क्योंकि मैं उसके लिए नहीं लगा था, मैं देश के लिए लगा था। और मुझे लगा कि देश बदल जाएगा वो करने से। ही इज़ ओनली एन इंडिविजुअल, हमें तो देश की फिक्र है। तो उसके बाद राजकारण छोड़ दिया, और कोई रॉकेट साइंस तो है नहीं कि इकोनॉमी जब तक इंडिया की ठीक नहीं होगी तब तक इस देश की बात भी कौन सुनेगा। 1722 में सोने की चिड़िया थे हम, 33% ऑफ द ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी थी, 30% ऑफ द ग्लोबल ट्रेड था। आज हम 3.28% ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के हैं, 0.8% ग्लोबल ट्रेड है। इंडिया डूब भी जाए तो रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड विल श्रग इट्स शोल्डर एंड से ओ बट इट वॉज अ गुड कंट्री। हम लोग इतने इरेलीवेंट हो गए हैं। तो रेलिवेंट होना है तो इकोनॉमी बेटर करनी पड़ेगी, और कोई बहुत डीप सोचने की ज़रूरत नहीं है कि इकोनॉमी को ठीक करना है तो रूरल इकोनॉमी ठीक करनी पड़ेगी। तो मुझे लगा कि ऐसी कौन सी जगह जाके मैं एक प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट बनाऊं जो पूरे देश को बदल सकता है। तो उस समय मराठवाड़ा में हाईएस्ट सुसाइड्स होते थे। मराठवाड़ा का वर्स्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो है वो बीड था। बीड के 2 तालुका थे जो खराब थे, अष्टी और परली। इंडिया का इरिगेटेड एवरेज 40% था, तो परली का 1.72 था। लेकिन परली के अंदर तलवार, बंदूक, मर्डर ये सब रेगुलर होते थे। तो मुझे लगा अगर देश का वर्स्ट एरिया कोई ढूंढना है तो मुझे परली में ही काम करना चाहिए। और मैं अंग्रेज था आप लोगों के जैसा, मैंने तो गांव भी नहीं देखा था, एक लगान पिक्चर में देखा वही देखा। और मैं वहाँ चले गया, वहाँ की गरीबी देखी, तो फिर मैंने मुंबई का मेरा घर बेच दिया और मैं वहाँ फुल टाइम सेटल हो गया। हमारे में तो कहते हैं 84 लाख जन्म योनि के बाद मनुष्य शरीर मिलता है। यार तो हॉलीडे, पिकनिक, पार्टी, फैमिली में तो नहीं ख़त्म हो सकता है। देयर इज़ टू बी मोर टू लाइफ देन जस्ट डूइंग दैट। मैं वहाँ चले गया। अब लंबी स्टोरी नहीं कहूँगा।
लेकिन आप अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आपको राज्यसभा का सीट भी दिया था, आपने ठुकरा दिया।
ऐसा तो कुछ मुझे याद नहीं है, आपको याद हो तो।
मुझे याद है।
राज्यसभा का कोई सीट वेट नहीं दिया था।
नहीं, बोला था आप चुप रह जाइए। आप जब बुक लिख रहे थे, आप एप डाउन, वो टाइम पे आपको ऑफर किया गया था।
राज्यसभा नहीं था, चुप रहने को जरूर कहा था, पर वो चुप रहने वाली जो ट्राइब होती है उसमें मैं नहीं हूँ, तो जो बोलना है वो तो बोल ही दूंगा।
नहीं, मुझे मालूम है योगेंद्र यादव की बताया था, आपको भी बताया था।
नहीं बताया था, राज्यसभा का नहीं, लेकिन बहुत कुछ ऑफर किया था, टेम्पटेशंस। लेकिन ठीक है, वो बात मैं कोई
वो टाइम पे पता चल गया कि वो दुगला है।
उसके पहले ही पता चल गया था जब मैंने छोड़ दिया। तो उसके बाद कुछ देश के लिए आया था, मेरे को लाइफ पूरी कंट्री के लिए देनी थी। कोई अरविंद केजरीवाल या पैसा या कोई पोस्ट के लिए थोड़ी मैं आया था।
आपने बोला नहीं आपने देश के साथ क्यों खिलवाड़ किया?
अरे मैंने जितना बोला वो आप वो मेरी बुक पढ़ लीजिए, उसके अंदर सब कुछ मिल जाएगा, क्या क्या मैंने बोला, कैसे मैंने रेजिस्ट किया, कितना कुछ किया। पर ठीक है, अभी इट वाज नॉट टू बी हैपन।
आप तो उनका राइट हैंड मैन थे, आप उनको समझा सकते थे।
ठीक है,
ठीक है, बोलिए।
हाँ, तो फिर ये सोचा कि वर्स्ट एरिया में जाके ऐसा प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट बनाएं और फिर उसको रेप्लिकेट करें पूरे देश में। तो मैं गया वहाँ पे परली के अंदर, वहाँ 3-3.5 हज़ार रुपया मंथली इनकम थी। और कोई युवाओं ने दूध नहीं चखा था। 8 साल में 6 साल सूखा पड़ा था। और इतना डिप्रेशन था कि लोग इसलिए जी रहे थे क्योंकि मरे नहीं थे। ये सब देख के, और मैं था अंग्रेज, मुझे लगा मैं वहाँ जाके ऐसा ऐसा काम करूँगा, फाइन ट्यूनिंग करूँगा और सब कुछ बदल जाएगा। तो मुझे बहुत समय लगा टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आई एम फ्रॉम, मैं अंग्रेज हूँ और ये भारत है। और इट टुक मी आई थिंक 3 years टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट भारत इज़ ऑल अबाउट। तो आई जस्ट शो यू अ 3-minute फिल्म कि मैं वहाँ गया और क्यों गया, क्या सिचुएशन थी। कैन यू प्ले दैट फिल्म?
ये मराठवाड़ा के परली तालुका के सूखाग्रस्त गांवों की सफलता की कहानी है, जहां ग्रामीण कभी भीषण जल संकट, सूखा, गरीबी और नशे की लत के कारण उदास और निराश थे। ऐसा लगता था कि वो जिंदा ही इसलिए थे क्योंकि उन्हें मौत नहीं आई थी। गांव वालों को पीने के पानी के लिए मीलों भटकना पड़ता था और गांव में 12 महीने टैंकर से पानी की आपूर्ति होती थी। टैंकर आने के बाद पानी को लेकर झगड़े होने लगते थे। खेती के लिए पानी नहीं था और लोगों के लिए काम नहीं था, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप गरीबी और भूखमरी थी। पूरा गांव पानी की समस्या से त्रस्त था। बारिश का मौसम बीत जाने के बाद नदी सूख जाती थी और ग्रामीणों को फिर से पानी के लिए भटकना पड़ता था। 2016 में श्री मयंक गांधी और ग्लोबल विकास ट्रस्ट परली तालुका आए और यहां की स्थिति को समझकर बदलने पर काम शुरू किया। वो पहले व्यक्ति थे जिन्होंने ग्रामीणों को शराबबंदी के महत्व के बारे में समझाया।
माझी बहिणीला एवढा त्रास देतात, माझी आईला एवढा त्रास देतात, तुम्ही काय करता सगळे? मी तिथून येऊ का मुंबईनी?
के विरोध में गांव में मशाल जुलूस निकाले गए। महिलाओं ने बड़े पैमाने पर विरोध प्रदर्शन किया और गांव में शराब पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया गया। और जीवीटी ने ग्रामीणों को जल संवर्धन करने हेतु साथ काम करने के लिए प्रेरित किया।
रे शेतकऱ्यांची इन्कम 10 पट झाली ना, तो शिक्षणाला फक्त इन्कम वाढवायची गरज आहे।
ग्रामीणों से कहा गया कि हर सुबह वो अपना सारा काम रोक दे, अपने घरों को बंद कर लें और पानी के काम के लिए बाहर निकल आए। गांव के युवा और बूढ़े, पुरुष और महिलाएं सभी ने इस मुहिम में बढ़ चढ़कर भाग लिया और श्रमदान किया। इतना ही नहीं, जहां पानी का काम हो रहा था वहां शादियां भी आयोजित की गई। लोग गीत गा रहे थे, खुशी खुशी साथ में खाना खा रहे थे और कड़ी धूप में भी उत्साह से काम कर रहे थे। कहा जाता है कि जहां लोग साथ होते हैं वहां पानी, सुख और समृद्धि होती है। इन सामूहिक प्रयासों के कारण पापनाशी नदी को 70 किलोमीटर तक गहरा और चौड़ा किया गया। 162 कृषि तालाबों का निर्माण किया गया। 62 सीएनबी डैम और 5 KT वियर बनाए गए। 120 ग्लोबल रिवर एक्वा शाफ्ट बनाए गए। मात्र 45 दिनों में एक क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन हुआ, जिसमें इन सभी प्रयासों से कुल 200 करोड़ 22 लाख लीटर पानी संग्रहित किया गया। जल स्तर जो 400-500 फीट नीचे चला गया था, अब उभरकर 40-50 फीट रह गया है। सूखे कुओं को पानी मिला और कृषि को पुनः जीवन मिला। अब किसान साल भर खेती करने लगे। ग्लोबल विकास ट्रस्ट के मार्गदर्शन से किसानों का उत्पादन कई गुना बढ़ गया। ग्रामीणों के जीवन में खुशियां खिल उठी। आज ये गांव न केवल अपने लिए बल्कि अन्य गांवों के लिए भी प्रेरणा बन गए हैं। ग्रामीणों की कड़ी मेहनत और ग्लोबल विकास ट्रस्ट के मार्गदर्शन के कारण कभी सूखाग्रस्त क्षेत्र में
तो फिर हमने किसानों को कहा कि हमने ये देखा कि ज़मीन के ऊपर जब ग्रेन्स ग्रो करते हैं या कॉटन या सोया, और उसी ज़मीन के ऊपर अगर फ्रूट का प्लांटेशन करते हैं तो 9 से 12 गुना इनकम बढ़ जाती है। तो हम लोग गांव टू गांव गए, उनको कहा कि आप अपना क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न चेंज कीजिए। कॉटन और सोया जो उगा रहे हैं उसके बजाय ये 10 प्रकार के अलग अलग फ्रूट लगाइए। और बहुत लोगों ने हमारी बात मान ली। जो हमने 15 गांव में शुरू किया था, अब हम 5000 गांव में काम कर रहे हैं। हमने 6 करोड़ 52 लाख फल के पेड़ लगाए हैं और फिर ये सोच के गए थे कि 30-35 हज़ार जो कमा रहे हैं वो अगर 1 लाख रुपया कमाने लगे किसान, 3 गुना इनकम बढ़े, वापस हम सोने की चिड़िया बन सकते हैं। तो बातें तो सुनते थे किसान की कि इनकम बढ़ गया है, तो हमने टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंस को थर्ड पार्टी इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट के लिए कहा। तो उनके 28 लोग घूम के पूरा स्टडी करके उनका रिपोर्ट आया कि हमारे जाने के पहले एवरेज इनकम किसानों की 38,700 थी, और हमारे 1.5-2 साल के बाद एंटर करने के बाद ये इनकम बढ़ के 10 गुना से ज़्यादा 393,000 रुपीज़ पर एकड़ की हो गई। तो एक मैजिकल, हमने तो ऐसा सुना नहीं था पूरे विश्व में कि 10 गुना इनकम बढ़नी, वो भी ऐसे शॉर्ट टाइम में और ऐसी जगह पे। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो हम लोग सोच के गए थे कि एक ऐसा प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट बनाए जिसको पूरे देश में लेके जा सकते हैं। तो एक और शॉर्ट फिल्म है, वो दिखा देता हूँ, नेक्स्ट वाला दिखाना। तो 7 नवंबर, अभी कुछ दिन पहले, भारत के यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर शिवराज चौहान जी आए थे। कोणाला एक पण माणूस असा आहे जे हमी भाव त्याला भेटतो, एक भी आदमी को यहां एमएसपी नहीं मिलता है।
और एमएसपी भी ऐसा है कि हम लोग ने कैलकुलेट किया है,
गांव गांव जाके कैलकुलेट किया है। कापूस मध्ये 5 क्विंटल निघतो सरासरी 35,000 रुपया। एक एक पाईच्या माझ्याकडे कॅल्क्युलेशन आहे, खर्च 40,000 रुपया होतो। सोया 4 क्विंटल निघतो, बरोबर आहे, 4,000चा भाव, 16,000 रुपया भेटतो, 20,000 रुपयाचा खर्चा। तुम्ही जगता कसा ते मला सांगा, आप लोग जिंदा कैसे हो ये मुझे बताओ।
काम किया जमीन पे, उसके अनुभव भी हमें बताइए, हम आपके साथ शेयर करेंगे और उन अनुभवों को पूरे हिंदुस्तान में बांटने का काम करेंगे। परंपरागत फसलें हमें ज्यादा लाभ नहीं दे सकती है, बात सही है, केवल सोयाबीन कपास से काम नहीं चलेगा मेरे बहनों भाइयों। और मैं आज अपील करता हूं जीवीटी जैसे संगठनों से भी सरकार के साथ मिलकर काम करें। हम मिलके बदल देंगे जिंदगी आपकी, मिलके बदल देंगे तस्वीर भी और मिलके बदल देंगे तकदीर भी। भारत माता की जय जवान।
तो जो शुरू किया था एक प्रूफ ऑफ कंसेप्ट से, जिसको स्केल अप करना था, ये उसका नेक्स्ट मेजर डेवलपमेंट हुआ कि यूनियन मिनिस्टर ने आके ही कहा कि ये जीवीटी का मॉडल पूरे देश में लेके जाएंगे। उसके बाद नीति आयोग को मिले, आईक्रियर को मिले और सारी गवर्नमेंट की बॉडीज़ को मिले हैं। अब नेक्स्ट स्टेप्स क्या होते हैं ये देखना पड़ेगा। पर मुझे लगता है कि पूरे दिन कंप्लेन करने से क्या गलत है ये बोलने से देश बदलने नहीं वाला है। हमें वी हैव टू रोल आवर स्लीव्स एंड गेट डाउन टू डूइंग थिंग्स। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो हमने रास्ता चुना था वो ठीक चल रहा है, देखते हैं आगे क्या होता है। आप लोग सब ने मुझे शांति से सुना, उसके लिए धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Mr. Mayank Gandhi, for your deeply insightful and thought-provoking talk. Your words have illuminated the realities of our agrarian crisis and inspired us with the possibilities of change through action and compassion. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of respect and gratitude, I now request the visionary behind this conclave, Dr. Satya Brahma, to kindly come up on the stage and present a memento to Mr. Mayank Gandhi. तालियां थोड़ी ज़्यादा होना चाहिए। I think we are part of a big movement. We are changing the world. We are the change makers. This memento is not just a token but a symbol of appreciation for his relentless commitment to social transformation and his unwavering dedication to the cause of India's farmers. I repeat, this memento is not just a token but a symbol of appreciation for his relentless commitment to social transformation and his unwavering dedication to the cause of India's farmers. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we are so inspired. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a pioneering force in India's medical device ecosystem, Mr. Rajiv Nath. He is the forum coordinator of the Association of Indian Medical Device Industry and the managing director of Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Limited, the makers of Dispovan. Mr. Nath has been instrumental in shaping policy, driving innovation, and championing indigenous manufacturing. Under his visionary leadership, Hindustan Syringes has become a global benchmark in both quality and scale, while AIMED continues to advocate tirelessly for a robust and self-reliant medtech sector. With decades of leadership, he has redefined India's medical device landscapes, from achieving syringe sovereignty to setting global safety benchmarks. Today, Mr. Nath will be speaking on a theme of national importance, Atmanirbhar Bharat in medical devices, building global competence through safety, innovation, and regulatory reform. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rajiv Nath with resounding applause.
Namaskar everyone. Good to be back again over here at this forum after nearly 7 years. And the last time I was here was at Pharma Leaders Conclave, I think maybe 2017, 2016, when a lot of reforms were taking place. If you can upload the presentation, please. Can you kindly upload the presentation? While they're doing that, let me just brief you. I represent IMED. IMED is the Association of Indian Medical Device Industry. We've got 7 verticals, disposables and consumables. And in COVID times, the word medical device, I think, is now well known to all of us. So, during COVID times, we were searching for thermometers, masks, and you were seeing how nurses and doctors are being troubled for PPE kits and sweating it out because the right quality was not available. But in those 3-4 months that India went under lockdown, and the reason of the lockdown was because we didn't have the medical devices to support the doctors or the patients both. But within March to June of 2020, in 4 months, when everything was under shutdown, in spite of all the challenges, India started manufacturing various kinds of medical devices. And the lockdown was lifted. So where there's a will and where there's teamwork, we could show that yes, we could, by engineering, produce what was required over there, and we could be Atmanirbhar. That momentum should have continued. It's again faltering, and we need to bring it back on stream. The government, with very meaningful and excellent intent, has been talking about ease of doing business, reducing the cost of doing business, has brought in various policy initiatives from Niti Aayog, from Department of DPITT, DOP, Invest India, with these noble intents of easing manufacturing, reducing bureaucracy and red tapeism. and speeding up manufacturing and removing the shackles for economical reform. So we'll be talking briefly about all these issues today. Briefly about medical devices. You people here from diverse industries, diverse backgrounds as stakeholders. Medical devices is only one part of the ecosystem. But I think you should know that still we are 70% import dependent on medical devices. At the same time, we do have some success stories. So against $8 billion worth of imports, we do $4 billion worth of exports, nearly half. In disposables and consumables, our exports are more than our imports. So at least in one category, we are no more import fully dependent. People think we are completely dependent upon medical electronics. Yes, we are. But we are also the largest exporter of medical electronics amongst all the various segments. The value of medical electronics is the highest. We find it easier to export and convince doctors and traders outside of India than we can within India. In terms of the growth rate, the growth of medical device exports is more than double-digit year on year. So we do hope that in the next 5 to 10 years' time, we will reverse the balance of trades and our exports will be more than our imports. Coming back to the basics over here, my own company, I've got more than 9 factories, employing more than 4,500 employees. Until a few years back, I could have put a factory up in 1.5 years' time. I used to be very proud कि 9 महीने में 3 माला की बिल्डिंग बना दी कंक्रीट की और सी मार्क भी ले लिया बिफोर CDSO लाइसेंस ले लिया. Again, unusual, but yes, getting a C mark for European approval is more difficult. But yes, based on honest, transparent, corruption-free quality system certification, we could get that faster than we could get our CDSO license. On today's date, I'm sorry to state that instead of going forward, we've gone backward. With all that good intent from DPIDT of single window schemes and electronic sugams and everything, we are worse off than before. What was taking us 1.5 years' time now takes us nearly 4 years' time to put a factory in medical devices and wade through more than 50 regulatory approvals, 35 from central government and 15 from state governments. And that adds to the cost of doing business and doesn't allow us to be globally competitive. The e-portals which were there to help us has made life more difficult for us. Why? Because prior to the e-portals, our staff could go to various departments as per need, as per urgency, and then chase the files accordingly as per need. Now it is linked as per a system. ये मिलेगा जब आप ये कर लोगे. बिल्डिंग अप्रूवल होएगी तो माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट आपको देगा. माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट आपको बेसमेंट के लिए खोदने के लिए अलाउ करेगा तो उसके बाद पोल्यूशन डिपार्टमेंट के पास आप जाएंगे. Because of that linearity involved, and until you get this NOC, until you get that approval, until you get that license, you can't go to the next stage. That's where what was taking 1.5 years now takes 3 to 4 years' time. So systems which were there to help us, we become slave of systems which are now shackling us more. So something has gone amiss which we need to correct. So in terms of the requests, we were invited to Niti Aayog to the GOBA committee, and I made this presentation to the GOBA committee on non-financial reforms. And a few of them have been working upon already. Just last week only certain announcements were made, and even day before yesterday certain announcements have been made. So good to find that the thinking is resonating at the highest level of think tank in the country and hopefully it'll resonate with the state governments and the central government, with the right-minded, meaningful people in the politicians and right-minded, meaningful people in the policymakers. So amongst the various states, I found that Madhya Pradesh had the best business model. They give you a 3-year holiday. आपने नई फैक्ट्री लगानी है तो 3 साल के लिए आपको तंग नहीं करेंगे. It's like school, college. A new entrepreneur will always make mistakes. He has to understand various laws and regulations. His job is to make the product. And he's being told time and again कि ये rule भी follow करना है, वो rule भी follow करना है, ये भी law कहता है, वो भी law कहता है. And he's expected, he cannot claim ignorance. He's expected to do everything. And then the regulators will come and the inspectors will come and then they'll fine him and penalize him and make life miserable for him. He's going to spend more time in government offices than he's going to spending on the shop floor making the product. That distracts him from his core business. But in Madhya Pradesh did a very good thing, that for 3 years they will come, they will point out the mistakes, they will educate, but they will not persecute. And this is the kind of role model we are asking the other states to also follow if they want to state that yes, we want to be industry friendly. What do we mean by industry friendly? That's a time for education to know what you have to be compliant to. Secondly, get that compliance by third-party certification, like is done internationally. When you get third-party certification compliance done, it will be done in a proper systematic manner, professionally. You might as well spend 5 lakh rupees to follow the system fully rather than paying 5 lakh rupees bribe, not follow it and have a sword hanging on your head for being non-compliant. At IMED, we encourage responsible manufacturing, and that's what we've been telling everybody. Please do follow the law and follow the rule book. The law should be reasonable, implementable, understandable. If they're not going to be understandable, if they're going to be having ambiguity, that creates trouble. Countries moving forward, we are making expressways to drive at 150 kilometers an hour, catching up with the world. We're putting up bullet trains over here now. So we cannot have road signs telling us the speed limit is 60 kilometers an hour when the expressway is designed for 160 kilometers per hour. And everybody is going to be going by that sign and breaking that law. If everybody breaks the law, that means that law is unjust and unreasonable. And time for change has come to remove that impediment over there. The second issue which we found was, our biggest bottleneck was NOCs, no objection certificates. Every bureaucrat, every department has found various ways of not taking a decision and making the entrepreneur go from pillar to post. उस डिपार्टमेंट से NOC लेकर आओ. किताब में कहाँ लिखा हुआ है? Show me a rule book, show me a law book, जहाँ लिखा हुआ है कि NOC चाहिए. It will ask for licensing, it will ask for registration, it will ask for compliance. But कहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है कि NOC चाहिए? No parliament, no legislation has passed that. But every day we are grappling with various kinds of NOCs. Import करो, कस्टम वाले बोलेंगे जी ड्रग कंट्रोलर से NOC लेकर आओ. पोर्ट ऑफिसर के पास जाओगे कि हेड ऑफिस से NOC लेकर आओ. फैक्ट्री अपने बनानी है, फायर का NOC लेकर आओ. डीजल का टैंक आपने लगाना अपनी फैक्ट्री के अंदर, एक्सप्लोजिव डिपार्टमेंट आपको लाइसेंस देगा डीजल का टैंक लगाने के लिए. एक्सप्लोजिव डिपार्टमेंट वाले बोलेंगे कि अपने डीसी से NOC से लेकर आओ. डीसी बोलेगा कि जी आपके नीचे ये 8-10 डिपार्टमेंट हैं, ये 8-10 डिपार्टमेंट से आप NOC लेकर आओ. उसमें एसडीएम का क्या काम है? जिस बंदे ने NOC देना है उसको भी ये मालूम नहीं कि मैंने NOC किस बेसिस पे देना है, कि आप ये कंप्लाई करोगे तो मैंने आपको NOC देना है. So what have we gained from this system? Is there any value addition being happening? No. It's only adding to delays and corruption. So we've sought from the government that there should be no NOCs. If anybody requires that compliance, let it come through a legislative process or by an executive order. Central government सोच समझ के एक एग्जेक्टिव ऑर्डर निकाले, सर्कुलर निकाले और कंप्लायंस के लिए बोले कि हमें क्या चीज़ पूरी करनी है. वी शुड नो व्हाट वी हैव टू अचीव इन द चेकलिस्ट, नॉट एन आर्बिट्री एनओसी जहाँ पर क्या कंप्लाई करना ये भी मालूम नहीं है, किस बेसिस से मिलेगा ये भी मालूम नहीं है. Another area that we find big challenge is interpretation of the law. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट वाले ऑफिसर कुछ कह रहे हैं, जोनल ऑफिसर कुछ कह रहे हैं और हर स्टेट पे डिफरेंट है. हम एक कंट्री हैं, एक लॉ है, तो लॉ की अंडरस्टैंडिंग और परिभाषा और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बराबर की होनी चाहिए पूरी कंट्री में. अब इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक स्टेट कह रहा है कि आप आ जाइए, मैं आंख बंद कर दूंगा और मैं आपको तंग नहीं करूंगा, आप बद्दी में फैक्ट्री लगा लीजिए हिमाचल में. आर वी सपोज टू मूव आवर फैक्ट्रीज फ्रॉम गुजरात टू हैदराबाद और फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू बद्दी जस्ट बिकॉज द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट विल से कि मैं आंख बंद कर दूंगा और मेरे लिए आज ये अलाउड है और मेरे लिए लॉ और रूल बुक का मीनिंग ये है. और कल को ऑफिसर चेंज हो जाएगा, कोई और रेगुलेटर आ जाएगा तो वो फिर अपनी परिभाषा चेंज कर देगा, फिर आपको तंग करेगा. सो इट कैन नॉट बी द सेम. वी नीड टू हैव हार्मोनाइज्ड रेगुलेशंस इन इक्विटेबल मैनर थ्रू आउट द होल कंट्री in a same manner. When an entrepreneur or any developer makes any idea or a product, an IP can be about an idea, it can be about a product. There's been a lot of improvements since Mr. Piyush Goyal came into and took charge of the office. Very thankful for him for doing that. But still, if you have to catch up with the world, we need to do a lot more in the IP office for getting patents faster, because it's much faster for an Indian to get an international patent than to get it in India. And we need to use, if we are so strong in software in India, then we have already chosen the digital pathway, so many of the practices of e-governance, why not over here? So let's use AI and e-governance more proactively to fasten the process. To curb imports, people use tariffs as barriers in developing countries. The developed world uses non-tariff barriers to protect their markets. हमारी भी गवर्नमेंट ने यही सोचा कि जी जैसे बाकी देश करते हैं नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर लगाते हैं, तो हम भी इसी तरीके से क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर के ज़रिए नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर लगाते हैं. तो हर मिनिस्ट्री को बोला गया जी आप अपना क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर लाइए. इससे कंट्री स्ट्रांग होएगी, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स प्रोटेक्ट होएंगे, क्वालिटी इंप्रूव होएगी, कंज्यूमर को बेनिफिट मिलेगा और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बेनिफिट मिलेगा. टॉयज़ में करा गया एक्सीलेंट रिजल्ट्स. लेकिन जब गवर्नमेंट ने रॉ मटेरियल्स पे पाबंदी लगाई, इंटरमीडिएट्स पे पाबंदी लगाई, कंपोनेंट्स पे पाबंदी लगाई, तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैसे करेगा अगर उसको अच्छी क्वालिटी का प्रोडक्ट इंडिया में नहीं मिल रहा है? ही हैज़ टू इम्पोर्ट. इट्स नॉट ही इज गेटिंग द इम्पोर्ट एट अ shoddy quality. He is getting the imports because that kind of raw material or those grades of raw material, the components are not made in the country. So until they are made in the country, he has to import. Before we start impeding imports or regulating imports or having quality control orders, first we should see what's coming into the country, at what specification it's coming, at what volume it's coming, at what price it's coming. And like we did in COVID times, let the entrepreneurs know कि जी इतनी क्वांटिटी इंपोर्ट हो रही है, इस रेट पे हो रही है, अगर इस रेट पे बनाएंगे तो आपका माल बिक सकता है, ये आपके लिए बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी है, तो लोग वो चीज़ बनाएंगे. That information is normally missing. In COVID times we saw that happening, that's why manufacturing happened. If we start doing that for various products, we will have much more import substitution taking place with that knowledge information. So first requirement is registration before we bring in regulation. Know what is happening and what is required. Another area is required for the consumers, required for public, required for sustainability, but at times you find it is being misused and abused. These regulations are there with the right intent to protect future generations. But what's actually happening on the ground level is something incorrect. You have an industrial park, industrial zone, पूरे इंडस्ट्रियल जोन की आपने मैपिंग करके सोच समझ के आपने एक इंडस्ट्री खोलने के लिए आपने एक सेक्टर बनाया। आप सेक्टर लगाने के बाद आप फिर इंडस्ट्री को बोलते हो कि जी आप बड़ी फैक्ट्री लगाइए। इंडस्ट्रियल जोश में आके एक बड़ी फैक्ट्री लगाता है, फिर उसको बोला जाता है कि आपने 2 लाख स्क्वायर फुट की फैक्ट्री लगाई है, इसके लिए तो आपने इन्वायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस नहीं ली है, आप इन्वायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस के लिए अप्लाई करिए। फैक्ट्री लगाने के बाद अप्लाई करोगे तो वो इलीगल है, पहले लगाना है। सो ऑन वन साइड टॉकिंग टू गो टू ग्लोबल कम्पिटिटिवनेस, ग्लोबल स्केल, एंड इफ यू ऑलरेडी हैव an industrial park, it's not a factory coming up in a backward area or in a hilltop where environment is going to be disturbed. This has already been cleaned up and developed for industrial use. Why do you have to go through the whole process all over again for environmental clearances over there? I fail to understand. These are the things which add to cost of doing business. Similarly for air and water. अब पानी चाहिए तो पानी चाहिए, इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क है तो पानी फिर की तैयारी करे या डिसाइड कर दे किस टाइप की इंडस्ट्री लगेगी ताकि उसको कम पानी वाली इंडस्ट्री खाली सपोर्ट करनी है, या पानी कैसे उसने रिप्लेनिश करना है, या ज़ीरो वाटर डिस्चार्ज कैसे होएगा। मिस्टर Mayank Gandhi, what steps he's taken are very, very inspiring. So, for everything we cannot depend upon the government. Many things we have to do ourselves. And in business we need to become Atmanirbhar more before the country becomes Atmanirbhar. हर स्टेट पे अलग अलग चैलेंजेस हैं। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने तो अपने लॉज और रूल्स अलग बनाए होते हैं, लेकिन हर स्टेट में हमने देखा कि लॉज एंड रूल्स वेरी करते हैं, चेंज करते हैं। तो जब हमने वेरियस स्टेट्स की हमने स्टडी करी, बड़े ही हमारे पास एग्जांपल्स हैं जहाँ पर कुछ स्टेट्स इंडस्ट्री फ्रेंडली थे और कुछ स्टेट्स विदाउट रियलाइजिंग दे वर नॉट बीइंग इंडस्ट्री फ्रेंडली बट दे वर बीइंग स्केयरिंग अवे द इंडस्ट्री ओवर देयर। उनकी इंटेंट ये नहीं थी, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली उनकी ब्यूरोक्रेसी ने ये सिस्टम्स डाल दिए थे कि वहाँ पर इंडस्ट्री लगी ना पाए और ग्रो ना कर पाए। अब माइनिंग करनी है, अरावली हिल्स में माइनिंग नहीं होनी चाहिए, हरियाणा में समझ में आता है, दिल्ली एनसीआर के एरिया में। लेकिन अपने एक फैक्ट्री खोदने के लिए गड्ढा खोदना है, मिट्टी बाहर निकालनी है ताकि उसकी नींव लग सके, फाउंडेशन लगे या बेसमेंट बने, उसके लिए भी आप माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट के पास जाएंगे। और जितने ट्रक आप निकाल रहे हैं रोज़ मिट्टी के, वो मिट्टी कहीं पे यूज़ होएगी, उस ट्रक के लिए आप टैक्स पे कर रहे हैं या किसी को आप करप्शन के चार्जेस दे रहे हैं। These are the kind of things which we are to address. And I'm happy to say that I brought this to the knowledge of the Industry Secretary in Haryana and the Industry Minister in Haryana, similarly in other states also. And at the topmost level, they have been able to recognize, yes, this was not actually realized by us that we are creating this as an impediment, and we'll address these issues now. Globally, quality starts from design from within. हम बात करते हैं इनोवेशन की। When we make a medical device, it should do no harm. The innovation also, when it comes, has to be incremental innovation and should also do no harm. Before this is required by the lawmaker, by the regulator, it is the responsibility of the engineer and the entrepreneur to address that particular issue. Less plastic use होए, less steel use होए, less waste होए, cost effective होए, value engineered होए, ये सारी चीज़ें एक अच्छे इंजीनियर को सोचनी पड़ती हैं to become globally competitive and cost competitive. My own company, for example, we make disposable and syringes. During COVID time, we supplied more than 2 billion syringes internationally. 1 of every 7 syringes used internationally came from us. We created this safety syringe subsequently. which uses less plastic and prevents sharp injury prevention to the doctors and nurses, reduces the disease burden so that you don't get the infection in the hospital, and number of days you spend in the hospital is reduced. That kind of innovation is something that is going to be helping long term. So one doesn't have to look at price, but one has to look at cost effectiveness. Another area that we've been seeking is medical devices have been made with the eyes of the drug controller. Drug inspector देखते हैं कि जी एक बीपी इंस्ट्रूमेंट कैसे बनेगा, एक ग्लूकोमीटर कैसे बनेगा. उनको मालूम ही नहीं है फ़र्क क्या है कि एक ईसीजी मशीन क्या होती है और एक डिफिब्रिलेटर क्या होता है. शायद आपको भी नहीं मालूम होएगा. अब जिसको मालूम ही नहीं कि उसने क्या चीज़ रेगुलेट करनी है वो रेगुलेट कर रहा है. और हम सरकार से काफ़ी टाइम से दरख्वास्त कर रहे हैं और पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी भी ये कह रही है सरकार को कि मेडिकल डिवाइस को आप अलग करिए और प्रॉपर इंजीनियर्स और साइंटिस्ट यूज़ करिए जैसे बाकी कंट्रीज़ में होता है टू रेगुलेट दिस पर्टिकुलर इंडस्ट्री, जो उसको समझते हैं. नहीं तो ये इंडस्ट्री ग्रो नहीं कर पाएगी. नेवी अलग है, एयरफोर्स अलग है, आर्म्ड फोर्सेज अलग हैं. You can't have the naval head reporting to the armed forces head and the armed forces deciding what's good for navy or vice versa. हर की स्किल सेट अलग है, हर की स्पेशलाइजेशन अलग है. फार्मा भी मेडिकल प्रोडक्ट है, मेडिकल डिवाइस भी मेडिकल प्रोडक्ट है, लेकिन हमारे रिक्वायरमेंट्स अलग हैं. सो इट हैज़ टू बी डन इन अ डिफरेंट मैनर. जो ड्रग सेंट्रिक सिस्टम हमने बना दिया है वो हमारे को ग्रो नहीं करने दे रहा और उसमें जो क्वालिटी चाहिए वो क्वालिटी भी नहीं आएगी, ना वो कॉस्ट आएगी. तो फिर से जो मैंने बताया था कि कोविड टाइम में जैसे चीज़ें बननी शुरू हो गई थी, 40 फैक्ट्रियाँ लगी थी थर्मामीटर बनाने की, आज के दिन पे वो कहाँ पर हैं. फिर आप जाएंगे केमिस्ट शॉप पे तो फिर आपको वही इम्पोर्टेड थर्मामीटर मिलेगा. 30 फैक्ट्रियाँ लगी थी ऑक्सीमीटर बनाने की, आज के दिन पे कहाँ है, खाली 4-5 रह गई हैं, बाकी सारी बंद हो गई हैं. रेगुलेटर काम है बगीचे में जो वीड्स है वो निकाले, पानी दे, हरी भरी घास होए और जो फूल हैं वो खिले. लेकिन अगर सब कुछ ही बाहर खींच देगा तो बैरन लैंड बन जाएगा और कुछ भी नहीं करेगा तो जंगल बन जाएगा. ना हमारे को जंगल चाहिए, ना हमारे को बैरन लैंड चाहिए, हमारे को एक अच्छा माली चाहिए. हमारे को बोला जाता है कि जी हम लॉ नहीं दे सकते, तो हमने सरकार से रिक्वेस्ट करी है कि कोई बात नहीं, आपके पास एग्जेक्टिव पावर्स हैं, आप अपने एग्जेक्टिव पावर्स को यूज़ करिए और जब तक लॉ पास नहीं होता उसके बिना भी आप जैसे फूड सेफ्टी अपने अथॉरिटी बनाई है वैसे आप मेडिकल डिवाइस सेफ्टी की अथॉरिटी बनाइए ताकि ये जो 70% हमारी इम्पोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी है ना होए. वी कैन मेक दिस प्रोडक्ट्स इन द कंट्री एंड वी कैन बी प्रोवाइडिंग अफोर्डेबल एक्सेस टू कंज्यूमर्स ऑफ इंडिया. Interim measures are possible if we use our minds innovatively. गवर्नमेंट ने जेम का निर्यात किया पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट के लिए टू रिड्यूस करप्शन, हैव ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन प्रोक्योरमेंट, excellent reform, but people have started innovative ways to how to misuse that form also. As whistleblowers, we keep on telling the government that this is what you need to do so that the system which you have created with the right intent is not abused and used in an honest manner with integrity the way it should have been. उसमें ऐसी कंडीशंस मत लगाइए कि जो लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो अपनी मार्केट ही ना एक्सेस कर पाएँ कि जी अपने गाड़ी चलानी इंडिया में यू नीड अ इंडियन ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस, व्हाई शुड यू नीड अ इंटरनेशनल ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस. सो टेलिंग दैट यू हैव टू सप्लाई टू हॉस्पिटल इन इंडिया, इन गुजरात और इन महाराष्ट्र, बॉम्बे, that you need to have a US FDA approval or to have a CE mark is unfair. What is required is the regulatory approval from India. And if you want a higher voluntary certification, there is a Quality Council of India certification, ICMET certification. There is an ISO 13485. There are international standard private body certifications on a voluntary basis. Seek that. Why do you want to seek a regulatory approval? If I don't want to export to USA, why do you want me to forcefully get a US FDA to sell in my own country in India? These are the kind of impediments which are cleverly put by the importers, and the importers very cleverly try to disallow Indian manufacturers from creating their own market. So these are the kind of restrictions we find in tenders which impede access to our own market over here. As a strategic plan, what we've recommended to the central government is, like I mentioned earlier, third-party certification. जो पुराने मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, पुराने फैक्ट्रियाँ हैं, उनको मॉडर्नाइज करने दीजिए, 1 साल की एमनेस्टी पीरियड दीजिए. लॉज चेंज हो चुके हैं, बिल्डिंग पुरानी हो चुकी हैं, पुरानी बिल्डिंग्स में आपने फायर के स्प्रिंकलर्स लगाने हैं, स्मोक डिटेक्टर्स लगाने हैं, जनरेटर्स लगाने हैं, तोड़फोड़ करनी है. 1 साल तो चाहिए. अब डॉक्टर को भी नहीं बुलाओगे क्योंकि बीमार हो, और डॉक्टर आएगा और पहले ही आपको पिनलाइज कर देगा, तो फिर आप ठीक कैसे होगे? There has to be an empathetic regulatory reform. Similarly, at the state level, we are seeking these kind of reforms. Out of the 50 regulatory approvals required over there, and the message has to seep across the various policy makers and various politicians that these changes are a must. If we will not achieve these changes, we cannot achieve our goal. जैसे गांधी साहब ने बोला कि बाहर इन्होंने काम करके देखा कि बाहर की कंट्रीज़ प्रोग्रेस कर रही हैं, हमारा इंडिया क्यों नहीं कर रहा. हमने अपने खुद के स्पीड ब्रेकर लगाए हुए, जब तक ये स्पीड ब्रेकर हम बैरियर्स नहीं तोड़ेंगे तो हम आगे नहीं ग्रो कर सकते. We cannot afford to delay. So it's very important that we act with speed and we bring in these reforms. And what we cannot bring in reforms, we do it internally by responsible manufacturing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Nath. That was indeed a powerful and enlightening talk, shedding light on the future of India's medical device ecosystem and the path towards true Atmanirbhar Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of respect and gratitude, I now request the visionary leader of this conclave, Dr. Satya Brahma, to kindly come up on the stage once again and do the honor of presenting a memento to Mr. Rajiv Nath. This memento is a symbol of our appreciation for his pioneering contributions to India's med-tech sector and his relentless pursuit of innovation and safety. Let's give a big round of applause for this special moment as Dr. Satya Brahma presents the memento to Mr. Rajiv Nath. Thank you, sir. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a global leader of repute, Mr. Rajiv Podar, Chairman and Managing Director of Podar Enterprise. Mr. Podar has been actively involved in the day-to-day business of the group since 1983. He was instrumental in setting up the textile units of the group, laying a strong foundation for its growth. So can we have you on the stage, please? With his visionary leadership, he later diversified the group's activities into government relationships, sports, affordable housing, sanitation, water, skill development, and advisory services, moving far beyond the group's traditional businesses and creating impact across multiple sectors. Today, Mr. Podar will speak on a theme that looks ahead to the future of our nation, India at 2047, a roadmap to a developed nation through innovation, inclusion, and infrastructure. This is a subject that resonates with the aspirations of every Indian, a vision of a nation that is not only economically strong, but also socially inclusive and globally competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with resounding applause, Mr. Rajiv Podar.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to compliment Satyaji for the excellent work he is doing. To do any event or any activity for 14 years successfully is not a small mean. So I would like you to request you to join me in applauding him for this great work. Dr. Satya Brahmaji, Nayan Gandhi ji, Rajiv Nath ji, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and my dear friends. It's truly a great honor and privilege to be standing before this August gathering today to speak on a theme that reflects our shared national aspirations, India at 2047, the roadmap to developed nation through innovation, inclusion, and infrastructure. Here is a very simple fact we must acknowledge. India today has a nominal GDP of over $4.3 billion and has emerged as the fourth largest economy in the world, successfully surpassing Japan. Yet, we are still categorized as a developing nation. The result of this is due to maybe some of the things said by my previous esteemed speakers. The bureaucracy could be one of the parts, but we have a result of lower per capita income, uneven access to services, and historical gaps in our infrastructure and social equity. As we look ahead, with just 22 years from our centenary to our independence, we are not merely counting years, but we are counting opportunities. The dream of Viksit Bharat, a developed India by 2047, is not just a slogan. It is a solemn national resolve, a shared mission, and truly a moral duty of our future generation. We envisage an India that is economically vibrant and socially just, powered by world-class modern infrastructure, and driven by cutting-edge technology and innovation, where every citizen, from the urban metros to the remotest village, has access to quality education, healthcare, and dignified employment. The entire vision rests firmly upon three foundations, the three I's: innovation, inclusion, and infrastructure. Let me briefly touch upon each of them. Innovation is the engine of growth. Innovation is truly in our mitti, it is in our DNA. From ancient contributions like the invention of the zero or massive advance in astronomy and medicine to modern achievements like the incredible success of the Chandrayaan-3 landing on the moon, India has always believed in pushing boundaries. Today, we proudly hold the rank among the three largest startup ecosystems globally, with over 1 lakh registered startups and more than 100 unicorns. This is a tremendous testament of the relentless energy and entrepreneurship spirit of our youth. But innovation must be democratized. It should go beyond the tech sector. It must touch governance, agriculture, healthcare, and education. Transformative initiatives like Digital India, UPI, Ayushman Bharat, and the national education policies are changing lives at the grassroots level. By 2047, India must evolve into a global innovation hub, not just solving our own problems, but offering scalable, affordable solutions to the entire world. Inclusions, the soul of development. True development, friends, has to be inclusive. It must reach every single citizen, regardless of their background or circumstances. Our diversity is our greatest strength, and this is also our greatest challenge. Groundbreaking schemes like Jan Dhan Yojana, which has brought over 500 million people into the formal banking fold, and the efficiency of direct benefits transfers is known to all and has empowered millions. Women-led development is leading unstoppable momentum, and rural India is fast becoming vibrant, powerful part of our growth story. However, a lot needs to be done. By 2047, our target is clear. It is universal literacy and digital literacy for all, genuine equal opportunity for every person, integrated urban-rural development, bridging the classical divide, healthcare and safety nets to leave absolutely no one behind, an economy that creates jobs but not only profits, a nation where wealthiest feel strengthened and the poorest feel hopeful. Infrastructure. India's infrastructure journey over the last decade has been nothing short of transformational. Mega projects like Bharatmala, Sagarmala, dedicated freight corridors, the smart city missions, the PM Gati Shakti, our own coastal road in Mumbai, are initiatives rapidly reshaping our connectivity and logistic landscape. The Vande Bharat train, world-class expressways, and modern capacity-driven airports are redefining mobility. But the future demands infrastructure that is green, digital, and resilient. Our ambitious net zero by 2070 goal must begin with concrete and sustainable development steps taken today. By 2027, every village, every home, literally every corner of India must be connected with clean power, high-speed digital access, and reliable modern transport. As Rajiv ji was also telling us, the private sector, that is us, the industry, is going to be the key driver of this transformation. We desperately need industry-led innovation and rock-solid private-public partnerships. Indian business must think global and set global. Investing heavily in disruptive sectors like AI, biotech, clean energy, and robotics. Made in India must become a global benchmark of quality, and our growth must be inclusive, sustainable, ensuring wealth creation at every level. Yesterday I was at a conference and we were talking and debating about it, and we were asked from the audience, can you name one Indian brand which is globally well recognized and accepted in the consumer market? And it was unfortunate that in spite of thinking of all the brands we have, we could not come up with a proper answer. So that's where we are lacking, and we need to grow that. Our Indian youth, and I see many of them here, Indian youth population, without a doubt, is our greatest strength and asset. By 2047, we will have the world's largest working age population. If empowered with the right skill, right education, and right values, they are ones who will lead us into the future. Today's youth is not merely job seekers. They are job creators. They are policy shapers, and they are also change makers. A developed India will shape and naturally global dynamics. By 2047, we are strongly poised to be among the top 3 global economies. But more than just economic power, we must have a moral and cultural force, always guided by the ancient wisdom and belief that the world is one true family. India's leadership in climate action, in digital public infrastructure, and in peace diplomacy will be vital for the world's future stability. The path 2047 will inevitably have challenges, right technological shifts, global uncertainties, climate risks are real. But India and we all are always had the unique ability to turn every adversity into a golden opportunity. We have the talent, we have the technology, and we have certainly the tenacity. What we now need is a powerful collective will across governments, across industry, civil service, and every single citizen. Let us adopt a whole nation, a Rashtra Pratham, innovative, fearlessly thinking big, include everyone in the journey, and invest in infrastructure that lasts generations. Friends, the road for 2047 is not just about policies and paper. It's about collective action, our mindset, and our shared grand dreams. When every child in India dreams without fear, when every citizen contributes with dignity and pride, and when every village is connected to the world, that, my friends, will truly celebrate India's 100th years of independence. As our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji said, when India grows, the world grows. When India reforms, the world transforms. Let us all commit ourselves as innovators, entrepreneurs, and as proud citizens to build a Viksit Bharat that is prosperous, inclusive, and truly inspiring to the world. Let us ensure that the story India 2047 is a powerful, inspiring story of innovation, inclusion, and infrastructure, a story future generations will immensely be proud to tell. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Podar, for such an enlightening and visionary talk. Your insights on India 47 have truly inspired us to imagine a future built on innovation, inclusion, and infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of respect and gratitude, I now request the driving force of this conclave, Dr. Satya Brahma, to kindly come up on the stage and present a memento to Mr. Rajiv Podar. Can we have a big round of applause? This memento is a symbol of appreciation for his distinguished leadership and his invaluable contribution to the discourse on India's roadmap to becoming a developed nation. May I invite all of you to join me in applauding this special moment as Dr. Satya Brahma presents this memento to Mr. Rajiv Podar. Ladies and gentlemen, since Mr. Rajiv Podar has prior commitments in the later part of the day, we now take this special moment to honor him with one of the most prestigious recognitions of the evening. It gives me immense pride to announce that the jury has selected Mr. Rajiv Podar as the Indian Affairs Transformational Business Leader of the Year 2025. This crown trophy symbolizes... Okay, once we get the trophy, we shall go ahead. Can we have the AV, please?
Indian Affairs Transformational Business Leader of the Year 2025. And the winner is Mr. Rajiv Podar, Chairman and Managing Director, Podar Enterprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a moment of honor and celebration. I request...
Please come.
This crown trophy symbolizes his visionary leadership, his pioneering contributions across diverse sectors, and his relentless commitment to building a stronger, more inclusive India. Mr. Rajiv Podar, for Indian Affairs Transformational Business Leader of the Year 2025. This recognition stands as a testament to his transformational leadership, his pioneering contributions across diverse sectors, and his unwavering commitment to building a stronger, more inclusive India. Can we have all of us? Yes, sir, please.
You were saying something. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this prestigious award. I'm sorry I'm not staying back. I've got a wedding my friend's son is getting married, so I'll have to leave in some time. So thank you so much, Dr. Satya, for this. I accept this with all humility and, of course, with now additional responsibility to work towards Viksit Bharat. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Jain, who is our next speaker. Mr. Shubham Jain is the Group Chief Executive of Informatics Ratings and Valuations Limited, one of the premier organizations who is known for transparency and putting the companies on check when it comes to the corporate governance. Mr. Shubham Jain has an illustrious career of more than 15 years, close to around 20 years in this industry. He has shown remarkable resilience and leadership in shaping the industry, especially the informatics ratings, for bringing into the limelight and for giving a new direction, setting the rules and regulations. Mr. Shubham Jain is the future leader that India is looking at when it comes to the ratings industry. Can you have Mr. Shubham Jain on the screen, please?
Trust under pressure, navigating corporate governance, challenges in India's credit rating ecosystem. Mr. Shubham Jain, Group CEO, Informatics, Valuation and Ratings Limited. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Brahma, for the expanded introduction. Really, it puts additional pressure. And thanks for having us on this platform and giving us this responsibility to talk about the conflict of interest, the question which we face day in and day out as a rating agency. Now, before I move to my very short deck, where I have taken this responsibility on behalf of the rating industry to basically illustrate and show how we generally mitigate this perceived conflict of interest. I also want to just bring some context and history to how rating agencies started globally and what kind of business models they started working on. So initially in US, the first rating agency, S&P, Moody's, they started on investor pay model, where the investors used to pay to get the rating. That model continued for almost 65, 70 years, till I think mid-1960s or 70, where there was a huge gap which was highlighted in the model, in this investor pay model. There were few issues which were observed in this model. And that's where the industry steered from investor pay to issuer pay. So just spending a couple of minutes on the issues which were seen in the investor pay model. One was the free riding, that there could be one investor who was asking for a rating. But when the private rating was released to that investor, those ratings were also leaked to other investors or the possible lenders, which was resulting in a huge revenue loss for the industry. The industry was not incentivized enough to get that knowledge and that capable talent to pay for them and to get the revenues for that. Second was a huge information asymmetry which was building up in the industry because few investors had a lot of information on few issuers because of the ratings that they were getting, and other investors were totally blind on that. Because of that, there were a lot of arbitration which was happening in the market, a lot of mistrading and selling, buying what's happening, which resulted in huge losses also to many of the investors. That was another reason. And third and very important reason is that when we do a rating, it's a very, very intensive exercise where a rating analyst gets into a lot of intense discussions with the management about their plans. It's just not about the financial spreads or the balance sheet. It's about what the management is planning and thinking of doing in the future. What are their strategic plans? What are their capex plans, expansion plans, etc. But when it was an investor pay model, at that time, the issuer, the borrower, was not basically totally aligned to that, because they said that, okay, we don't have any incentive. We want to assess maybe 10 or 15 lenders before making our choice. And that's why the information which should have been coming from the borrower was not forthcoming. That is the reason at possibly somewhere in mid of 60s, the industry, the regulator decided that this is the time to pivot from investor pay model to issuer pay model. In India, rating agencies started in 1990. So in India, from very beginning, we have always followed issuer pay model. Now, as I was saying, that the perceived conflict of interest, or some people may say that actual conflict of interest, because it's a solicited process in India where the issuer who needs a rating, who wants a rating to borrow any capital, any debt capital from a mutual fund or a pension fund or an insurance company or a bank, they themselves mandate the rating agency and they pay the fee to get themselves rated. That's why this is called as a conflict, that, okay, I'm paying you to get myself rated. But see it from a point of view of an auditor, right? It's a very, very analogous industry where the company, the entity which is getting audited, they are also paying the auditor, right? There is nothing different. That also is an industry which is based on trust and the reputation of those auditors who are doing, because it's a long-term business. We always say that our client may be the issuer, but our final user, the end user, is the lender and the investor who is using our rating, and based on our rating, they are taking the decision of lending to someone else. So our prime responsibility is always towards the lender and the investor. So to allay such concerns, there is a huge Chinese wall between the commercial and the analytical divisions of any rating agency. SEBI has put a lot of regulations and guidelines around that, but it is also a lot of self-regulations what all CRAs have done for themselves, which I will just speak about in the next slide. Then the dual role risk, which is always a conflict of risk, and again, there is an analogy with the big four or the audit firms, the assurance firms. They also have very large consulting businesses. So there is always that conflict that, okay, you are doing audit, but you are also doing consulting, you are taking huge fees, so are you going lenient there? So how, as a rating agency, because all the rating agencies in India also have non-ratings arm, where they are doing some kind of advisory or a valuation or some kind of consulting work for possibly a similar set of clients. But there are very, very stiff regulations in terms of the fees that we can charge from the same client. There is a full disclosure in terms of the disclosure to the extent of we have to put the fee along with the client name on our website, that these are the common clients whom we are assigning ratings as well as doing the non-rating work, and this is the fee which we are charging. That is the level of transparency and disclosure a rating agency is expected to maintain to avoid any such conflict of interest. Other challenges, again, perceived bias, which again think that, okay, generally the rating agencies are favoring the large issuers. In fact, recently in one of the conferences, Mr. Piyush Goyal also made this statement that rating agencies have been unfair to the SMEs because they are applying the same rating model to maybe the big MNCs or big conglomerates, and on the same scale, the rating is also being assigned to SMEs. I think that's a very correct observation. Definitely, SEBI doesn't allow us to have two different models as we speak today. However, there are definite nuances. It's not only the scale which is the driver of the rating. It's always the debt servicing capability and to withstand any kind of turbulence in the operating cycle and the cash flow cycle. So we have so many examples. Even the smaller companies gets into BBB or even A category. Having said that, we are also trying to develop some different frameworks for the SME sector, specific SME sectors. We are engaging very regularly with the regulator and the ministry, because if it has come from the government, definitely government is thinking about it. So that's our role, to tell the government how it can be done in a best possible manner. Information asymmetry, as I spoke, again, there is always a challenge in getting the information in a timely manner from the issuer, because what happens, and being an analyst from almost 2 decades, what I have always seen, whenever there is any positive news or anything good going for a particular client or issuer, they will always come to you very, very fast and keep calling you, okay, this is a positive development in my industry or in my company, why you are not re-looking at my rating or upgrading the rating. But when it is on the other side, there is always a silence, pin drop silence, and no one really tells us. So there comes the role of the rating agency and the rating analyst to remain very proactive, to track that industry, to track that particular issuer of whatever developments are happening and which could result in any impact on their credit profile. So, as I was talking in slide 1 about the regulatory disclosures and regulatory changes, because SEBI is also very cognizant, and in fact, CRAs are regulated by 2 very, very strong regulators, both SEBI and RBI. And there is always a competition between them who is tightening the regulation further. So we are kind of in between them, and every week we are getting a new set of regulations and new guidelines to be followed. But that's good for the overall industry to bring the transparency. And there have been certain challenges in the industry. Some rating failures have happened. All of you must have heard about ILFS default happening from AAA, AA+ in 2018, which impacted the entire financial ecosystem. And then there was a flurry of defaults on the NBFC sector specifically, which totally derailed the ecosystem for almost 2-3 years before it came back on track. So during that period, SEBI and RBI both made a lot of changes on the regulations. First and foremost, they made the changes on the enhanced disclosures. In terms of disclosure, one I already mentioned about ratings and non-ratings businesses. There is also a very, very famous concept in rating industry called as rating shopping, which means as a borrower, I will keep on going to different rating agency and then finally choose who is giving me the highest rating. Now, what was happening earlier, while a borrower or a consultant of the borrower was doing this thing, no one in public was getting to know what are the other lower ratings assigned to that particular borrower. But in 2019, SEBI came out with the regulation that even if the rating is not accepted by the borrower, it has to be publicly disclosed as an unaccepted rating. So which totally bridged this information asymmetry gap that, okay, if someone has tried to do this rating shopping and has gone to possibly 2, 3, 4 rating agencies before finally accepting the best possible outcome for them, but those 3, 4 lower ratings are also in the public domain. So each lender, each investor has that information also, that other rating agencies has possibly a different view on that particular issuer. Other disclosures include that we have to continuously talk about our default statistics, our stability matrix, which is like how many upgrades, downgrades we are doing. There is a comparison of all the CRAs, which happens every 6 months, which is a very, very stringent exercise, and we have to present to the regulator. If any CRA is out of line of the industry, they have to tell what has gone wrong, what are the remediation plans they are doing. Because, see, at the end of the day, it's a long-term game. No agency wants to do in a short term, assign very aggressive ratings and face downgrades and defaults and then totally be out of the market. We have seen one case happened very recently. I'm not naming the agency since it's a competitor, but there were issues which one agency had to face because of series of defaults, and regulator came very, very harshly on them. And in fact, okay, so I was trying not to name, but yeah, so there were issues, yes. And then see, whenever such issue happens, even in one agency, it also reflects poorly on the entire industry. It increases the responsibility of the industry to again go back to the market and get back the trust and confidence in the industry. So after that also, one would have seen significant number of disclosures and the transparency matrix, what all the rating agencies have brought in to regain the trust of the investors and the lenders as well as the issuers. Other thing is unaccepted rating. I have already spoken about extensive use of technology to avoid any inaccuracies or the information wrongly put in the models or the analysis. And last but not least is the strengthening of the criteria and the methodologies with which we rate our issuers. In fact, there is a lot of transparency on that also. On Infomeric's website, as well as on the website of each CRA, you can see all the methodologies in black and white that, okay, these are the parameters that we are looking at while rating a particular borrower in a particular industry. So that's the level of transparency which rating agency is expected to maintain in today's day and age. From corporates, definitely there are expectations, because if there's a lot of responsibilities on the CRAs, that responsibility also has to be shared by the corporates as well as the investors. From corporates, especially in terms of timely submission of information, because still a lot of companies are not listed and the information is very limited in public domain. So there definitely one has to be dependent on those companies to get that information on a very regular basis. Then better internal controls, audit culture, board independence, and again ESG, which is again a very, very prevalent concept to incorporate that in their day-to-day working. At Infomerics, few things that we do in addition to what the regulator has told us. So Infomerics is the only rating agency where the rating committee, which assigns the rating, is totally independent. So they don't comprise of any employees. That is comprising of very experienced and revered bankers who would have seen such companies for almost 30, 40 years. They are all possibly retired CGMs, EDs from various banks. So a rating note which goes through 4 layers of check, which is the analyst, the team leader, the sector head, and the CRO, then finally goes to the rating committee comprising of independent members, which assign the rating as independently as possible. We have a whistleblower policy in case any misconduct is seen by anyone, whether on analytical side, BD side, operations, anyone. So we have a whistleblower policy for us. Independent external committee I have just mentioned. Other important thing is in terms of the compensation structure for analytical staff, we don't have any variable pay. That means that their performance or their compensation is not dependent on how high ratings they give or what business the rating agency is getting, right? Because that is the true conflict. So analytical staff, they have to just focus on the quality and the execution and client engagement. To get the business, that is totally the responsibility of the business development team. One very, very important step what CB took in 2019 is to change the reporting of the chief rating officer. Earlier, chief rating officer was reporting into the CEO, and CEO, being overall head of the company, is responsible for the business and the growth, right? So there was an implicit conflict that someone who is heading the rating quality and the analytical team is reporting into someone who is responsible for the growth of the company. So in 2019, SEBI came out with a regulation that CRO will report directly to the board. So there is a rating subcommittee comprising of independent board members. CRO reports into that rating subcommittee for all the functioning, for all the performance, the entire quality of the ratings. So CEO has nothing to do. CEO is not even sitting in those rating subcommittee meetings. So that's very, very important step which SEBI took in 2019, which has further strengthened this corporate governance at the rating agencies. There are benchmarks for all the CRAs. I'm just cognizant of time. Another 2 minutes, I will wrap up. So there are very, very stringent benchmarks across rating categories that each rating agency is expected to maintain in terms of probability of default in each rating category. And then also the stability metrics, that how many ratings are moving up or down from a particular rating category. Because while we assign a rating, it's not only the accuracy which is important, it's also the stability. It's because no one likes the rating to keep moving up and down. As a lender who has taken a decision based on your rating, which possibly today may have started at A, and they have already lent money to that company, and next year you downgrade it to BBB, if whatever may have happened, then lender will say, oh, based on your A rating I have lent, what do I do? It's a 10-year money which I have already given, right? So when we have to assign ratings, we look at long-term cycle. We don't look at just 1 year. We have to look at the entire tenure. Rotation of analysts so that there is limited bias. It's not that analysts get very comfortable with the management and end up taking wrong decisions. And this is the last conclusion which I have covered almost in when I was going through the deck, that it's a combined responsibility of regulators, investors, agencies as well as the borrowers. Definitely rating agencies carry the maximum responsibility out of them because they are the main intermediary providing the credit information on the borrowers. AI driven, I think as technology is creeping in every system, every industry, it will further help everyone to maintain that transparency and accuracy. And competitive pressure is a standard across industry. I think all of us have learned how to live under competitive pressure, but still maintain the quality. So I'll end here. Thanks a lot for your patience and time. Dr. Brahma, I don't know if there are time for any questions, but we can possibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shubham Jain, for enlightening us on navigating corporate governance challenges in India's credit rating ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of respect and gratitude, I now request the driving force of this conclave, Dr. Satya Brahma, to kindly come up on the stage and present a memento to Mr. Shubham Jain. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a global woman, business leader in one of the most complex and demanding sectors, drug delivery systems in pharmaceuticals. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Satya Vadlamani, the chairperson and managing director of Murli Krishna Pharma Private Limited. Ma'am, can we have you on stage? Dr. Satya Vadlamani has carved a remarkable journey from engineering to enterprise, leading with vision, resilience, and innovation. Her pioneering work has not only advanced pharmaceutical technology, but has also set new benchmarks in safety, efficacy, and accessibility. She stands as a shining example of how women leaders are redefining the future of science and enterprise in India and beyond. Today, she will address a topic that will illuminate all of us from engineering to enterprise, a woman leader's journey in pharma innovation. This is a story of courage, innovation, and leadership, a journey that inspires and empowers. With great pleasure and admiration, I invite on stage Dr. Satya Vadlamani. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hello everybody. First of all, a good afternoon. First, my eternal grateful thanks to Dr. Satya Brahma for inviting me on the stage. He calls me every year. I keep wondering why. And I keep still coming on because for me, he's family. And there's never a no for Dr. Satya at any time. And then I look at Leslie, who started off with, when I met her many, many years ago, I remember her being young, she's still very young. I just mean to say, she was very raw, she was learning, she was coming up, and today I've seen her grow into a totally poised, a complete transformation into a She has her own talk show. She is a movie star. She is a celebrity. But one thing I still see, she still comes for any of Dr. Satyabrahma's shows. That is a kind of a relationship she has built with Dr. Satyabrahma over the years. And I also see the way in which she takes care of her family. So both these things, my full regards for you. You've truly grown. So anyway. So thank you all for having me here. And before I start, something about what I do or what I am. Mine is a story of engineering to entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship with a difference, where I run a pharmaceutical plant which is all into innovation. When I look back at where I started, I realized that nothing in my life ever happened by accident. Nothing was by accident in my life. Every phase prepared me for the next, even when I didn't know when I would reach the next phase of my life. I began my life as an engineer. Engineering gave me the discipline to think clearly. The marks didn't reflect that, but I can just say this much. Engineering did give me the discipline to think clearly, the courage to solve problems. It taught me logic. And I sometimes believe that that is the reason why you find engineers in different parts of the world, in subjects as varied as finance, to politics, to innovation, to pharmaceuticals. I think the only place where we tread carefully are from being scientists. We are not scientists. We are, to put it in a very crude Hindi language, we are the jugaad people of the nation. So Hindi में कहते हैं कि हम जितना जुगाड़ कर सकते हैं शायद कोई और नहीं कर सकता है. So I began my life as an engineer. Engineering did give me the discipline to do what I had to do. And it actually taught me that every challenge, however complex it is, it can be broken down into smaller bits and pieces. And then you will find a solution. It was the other way around when I studied. My father always taught me that take up a big lesson, break it up into smaller parts, break it into further smaller parts, until you convert it into two-liner or three-liner. Then you will never forget what you have learned from the beginning. And that was how I studied. I grew up in IIT campus. My late father was an emeritus professor with IIT Bombay. And my late mother was an economics teacher. And I learned something from both of them. One was perseverance. Another one was learning never to bend down, never to back. So you need to move forward without hurting people, take people along with you wherever you go. And that's something I learned from them. Now, my engineering had got completed by 87. Life had different plans for me. From engineering, I moved into the industry called pharmaceuticals. It was a very strange entry of mine. Someone felt that I had the ability to sell ice creams to people living in igloos. And that's where I entered into this industry. And when I came into pharmaceuticals, I was in an era where there were very few women in the active pharmaceutical industry. There were very few women. I mean, the only women in the API industry were women who belonged to the families. That is, either their fathers, their fathers-in-law, or their wives, or their sisters. So they belonged to the dynastic families of the industry, but they were not independent people who came into the industry, into marketing. I started my career as a manager exports in Armour Chemicals, which was a part of the Lupin Group. Learned everything about pharma from Armour. The last job which I quit was in 97 as a general manager in Ajanta Pharma International Business Development. Also at that time, I did appear in Business India as the youngest general manager of that time who actually became a GM and who did not belong to any pharma family. So cutting short from there, pharma is a world connected with science. Now, how well was I connected with science, I don't know, but I do remember I did do my CBSC and reasonably well with all PCMB, physics, maths, chemistry, biology. So we didn't have that part system of doing PCM or PCB kind of. So I learned science, but actually learned more science after I entered this industry. I actually learned that making a healthier nation, making healthier people meant a lot more than what I was just doing in engineering, where I was only working or playing with electronics or with engineering modules. Working in pharma opened my eyes to how deeply healthcare touches lives. And it was no longer just calculations or designs. It was about patients, therapies, and an innovation that carried human consequences. Whatever you do in pharma, first thing you have to understand, you are dealing with human beings. And when you deal with human lives, whatever you do, whatever little you can do that can make their life better is what we should all aim for. And that is where my entrepreneurship kicked in. So when we started Murali Krishna Pharma, the idea was very clear. We set up a facility that ensures that toxicity into human beings reduces to a large extent. And that is where we were the first Go Green plant in India. So we ventured into what was termed as pre-finished formulation intermediates. So these were not APIs. We were giving a release profile to the active pharmaceutical ingredients. And at that point of time, the ICH guidelines clearly had up to 5,000 ppm of residual solvents as an elements in the products. And we knew at that point of time also that if you're going to allow if you're going to add solvents into the APIs to create formulations, you're creating a carcinogenic impact for life. And that is where we went the Go Green way, we went the Aquas way. So the first part that came in with Murali Krishna Pharma as an entrepreneur for me was create an Aquas system. That meant that we would have to work alongside R&D. So research and development became a key factor in everything we did. We had to tweak all formulations for all products that were poorly soluble in aqueous base. Converting them to aqueous base meant that we would have to work alongside the formulation, use the right kind of excipients which would allow the particular API to be miscible in an aqueous media. So that is where for us R&D started, and that's where I realized that we were able to touch human lives better. And today I'm proud to say that in India, and the ICH basically has brought down the residual solvent limit to less than 500 ppm. So where was 5,000 ppm in 2004 and where is 500 ppm today? It's not different, but we were zero on day one, we are zero even today. So in 2004, with a conviction that was stronger than resources and a determination stronger than certainty, I founded Murali Krishna Pharma. I did not inherit any legacy. I built one. I did not follow a path, I created one. When I say resolve that was stronger than the resources, I still recollect when I spoke to my father for the first time and I said, I want to set up something and the cost is going to be somewhere around 2 crores. I still recollect my dad looking at me and saying, do you know how many zeros are there in that? And I said, yeah, I do know. He said, your engineering degree was not great, so I don't believe you know that. Please understand, if I'm your husband and everybody sell everything off, we still cannot afford to pay any bank. But yes, there was a conviction that, and you are at a stage when you believe you can conquer the world. Today, I don't believe I can conquer the world. I believe if I can walk the next step, I'm a good person. I'm able to do it. But at that time, you feel you can do a lot of things, and that's when you set up. So entrepreneurship is also blind faith. It's blind faith with very few, what I call as safeguard rails put into you. You don't have many safeguard rails in your life. You have to struggle. And unfortunately, in India, entrepreneurship is not a subject taught in any Indian institutes of management, and I can clearly state that. If IIM professors knew how to set up industries, they wouldn't be teaching at IIM anymore. Because setting up an industry requires a lot of courage. In India, it is like diving deep sea with no gear. If you come up, people recognize you, and Dr. Satya calls you to come and give a talk out here. If you don't come up, nobody in the world knows you even existed. You're probably somebody who was drowned in the sea or the ocean out there. So it's not an easy thing. I learned over a period of time. I made my own mistakes. And yes, all mistakes have taught me also various things. I've learned that you can make yourself better. So you learn over a period of time how to come out of your mistakes, how to find solutions for what you do. I was very lucky. I had my parents behind me, my husband backed me. My children also went through a lot of trauma because of my crazy desire to set something up. My elder son studied in Bombay. My younger son came and studied in a remote village like Shirur. He was shifted from Mumbai and transported there like some plant and expected to thrive there. He has thrived. Today he has done his PhD from University of Cambridge in pharmacology with autoimmune modulators as being his major subject. But it was not an easy task. Lot in any family where a woman works, and I'm sure Leslie will corroborate with what I'm saying, the family needs to be a supportive system. If the family is not a supportive system, you cannot do anything you want to do. It's very difficult. So Murali Krishna Pharma was born as a company that believed innovation should be accessible, a company that believed India could not only manufacture for the world, but innovate for the world. Now we are a 100% export-oriented unit. Our R&D is approved by DSIR. We began with niche technologies, difficult formulations, and challenges that many companies hesitated to take on, but that's exactly where we found our purpose. We started focusing on what could be the problems that face people. First problem I see for any person is compliance. You can get 100 products out into the world. If it is for any infection or any virus or anything which is communicable, people do take the medication because they know if they don't take the medication, they can't get up the next morning. But then there are those diseases which are NCDs, or what we call as non-communicable diseases. Unfortunately, people have a tendency of not taking the medication because they are uncomfortable with the medication. And one of the biggest problems we realized was anemia. Anemia has been termed by WHO as what is termed as a hidden hunger. There is an enormous micronutrient deficiency which is there across the world for all the women. If we look at the number of people suffering from anemia, India has 67% women who are suffering from anemia today. 50% of these women die during childbirth. These are all statistics which very few people know. People know how many people died during COVID. How many people try and see how many people died of starvation. I can see Dr. Mayank Gandhi there, a man who works for starvation of all the farmers. So people don't take those statistics into account. Similarly, people don't take statistics into account when it comes to anemia also. Now, what is the problem with anemia? You have medicines which are offered free of cost at all public health centers. You get iron tablets, you get folate tablets. Why is it that there's still anemia that's widespread? One of the biggest stories there is compliance. Iron products which are there in the market, all the iron products, the biggest problem with them is the first pass metabolism story. They cause gastric irritation, they convert themselves into ferric salts, and this gastric irritation leads to constipation or diarrhea. Now, forget a pregnant woman, even a normal woman doesn't like taking iron supplements. So they don't take it. So when they don't take it and dump it in the dustbin, during pregnancy what tends to happen is your iron levels tend to go down because the baby starts taking in the iron from the body. It reaches a stage sometimes that during pregnancy when you go for a test, you realize that your iron levels have dropped beyond a point. The doctor has to give you a injectable version. Infusion has to be given to you of iron. It could be a ferric carboxymaltose injection, iron sucrose, iron dextrose, a whole wide range are there. These are not very easy. These injections cause allergies of their own, but they have to be given if a person has to come out of this problem. Similarly, children don't like iron supplements because of the metallic taste, and again the same irritation that occurs within them. So this problem, when it got identified to us, we realized let's look at something that can work in a different way. That comes midway between what we call as the iron that comes in through the oral versus the iron that goes into the injectable. That's where we are the first in the world who have created what is termed as a transdermal solution for iron. So we have a product which hopefully will see the light of the day through CDSCO very shortly, but in the meantime we have also got it out through a cosmeceutical route, so that by January of this coming year we'll be launching the product in India. We have already registered the product in some other countries in Africa. So we are moving ahead with the product. The product has a bioavailability between 70 to 80%. We have done all the studies needed, toxicity. The particle size of the product, of the nanoparticles of the product are sized around 300 nanometers, and with the liposomal encapsulation on it, it goes to around 500 to 600 nanometers. The particle size is small enough to go through the stratum corneum without expanding the pores of your skin. Why the expansion of pores of the skin make a lot of differences? When the skin pore gets expanded, iron has a tendency for microbial infections on the skin. So it should go through the skin, there should be no residue left on the skin, and only then it will work. So this is about one, and this is where I come from. So we are able to do something where we work within RDA dosage. Our products are all within RDA dosage. Nothing goes above RDA. So when we go as per RDA dosage and are still able to provide products that give a solution for a problem as major as anemia, I think we are doing something good. I guess we are doing something good. So over the years, MKP has grown from a vision into a respected organization with strong technological pillars. Platform technologies include technologies in pellets, which are in micro-suspension, in nano-suspensions, in nano-encapsulations, liposomal encapsulations. So we specialize in all this. This is where we come from, and we are not a very big company if you look at it financially. Whatever we have done from our own sources. We have not tried to move ahead to take too much money from outside for all this. But yeah, we have managed to do a lot of development. And I think that development is probably what differentiates us from the rest of the world. And that's where we come from. We have also working on creating nanosuspensions for soft mist inhalation in corticosteroids. Now the world knows soft mist inhalation through products like Respimat, which is a BI product. Now, BI has also not worked on any corticosteroid, they worked on the non-corticosteroid. So what we have done, we have worked on BCS class 2 kind of products, and we have been able to actually create a nanosuspension of less than 100 nanometers. We have a device that doesn't infringe on the BI device. So we respect patents. We do not walk away from patents. We do not turn a blind eye and say, okay, this is just a process variation we are doing or just a tweaking we are doing. So we work on our own patents. We work on our own developments. Specialized in DPIs and Respiol formulations, again using the nanosuspension route. Transdermal liposomal premixes that support government-driven mother and child health programs. Complex products like budesonide as an SMI. A proven capability in niche finished dosage forms trusted by partners globally. That's what MKPPL is all about. We built a reputation not on size but on depth of expertise, not on noise but on consistent scientific excellence. We remain true to our identity, an innovation-driven, patient-focused, science-led organization. The entrepreneurial journey, entrepreneurship did not come with instructions, it came with challenges for me. There were days of uncertainties, nights which were sleepless, nights when every time I felt, is it time for me to back down? But I don't know, the morning sun always gave me hope and told me it's time to go on, you can't walk back. You can't move back on decisions because today when you have people of at least 250 in number who work for you, you're currently supporting 1,000 families. I mean, 250 families equal to minimum 1,000 people. So do you have a right to walk back just because you're scared about things? There were many times in my life where I felt I should walk out of it. When my father passed away, I thought I should do it. Then somebody told me, you have no business doing it. And that person only came once in my life. He never met me again. He's a big entrepreneur on his own. I don't know. He just called me up, met me. He said, your Facebook posts are showing that you want to get out of this. You have no business doing it. Do you think your father would be very happy that you walked out? Would he be proud of you? And that's what put me back. Again, same happened when my mother passed away. But each time I'm trying to understand, trying to see that life does not end. Life goes on. And as I said, when I started, I probably felt I could move the entire world. Today, I don't believe I can move the world, but I definitely believe that I can make a small difference to the world we live in. And if I can do that, I think I'm doing my job quite well. I always say, engineering taught me how to solve problems. Pharma taught me why they must be solved. And entrepreneurship taught me who I am. So that is what I am. Today, when I look at Murali Krishna Pharma, I do not see a journey. I do not see a company. I see a journey of resilience that has come in for me. I see teams who grew with me, technologies that were born in our labs, and partnerships that span the world. From engineering to pharmaceuticals to entrepreneurship, my story is a reminder that you don't wait for the perfect moment. You create the moment that becomes perfect for you. You create your world. Nobody creates it for you. So, journey is still unfolding. Starting as an engineer, grew into pharmaceuticals, transformed to entrepreneurship. Today, I stand as a believer in innovation, in courage, in persistence, and in the power of one idea to change countless lives. This is my story, my journey, my words. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. And thank you, Dr. Satya.
Thank you, Dr. Satya Vadlamani, for taking us through the wonderful journey of your life. Your story of resilience, innovation, and leadership is truly inspiring and has illuminated the path for many aspiring entrepreneurs and professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of admiration and respect, I now request the visionary chairman and editor-in-chief of Network 7 Media Group, Dr. Satya Brahma, to kindly come up on stage once again and present the memento to Dr. Satya Vadlamani. Sir, your voice. We want your voice to be audible.
Am I audible now? Yes. So I would like to compliment Dr. Satya Vadlamani, the CMD of Murali Krishna Pharma Private Limited, for paying tribute to the departed soul, our mother, for writing this book. And I believe these books will soon be available in Amazon and other platforms. So,
And at airports.
so after some time, I'll call Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra to formally inaugurate it. Right now, we could present the memento, yeah.
This memento is a symbol of our heartfelt appreciation for her pioneering contributions to the pharmaceutical industry and her inspiring journey as a woman leader in innovation.
You got. Thank you. You stand here, you have to take an award here.
Ladies and gentlemen, since Dr. Satya Vadlamani has prior commitments in the later part of the day, we now take this special moment to honor her with one of the most prestigious recognitions of the evening. It gives me immense pride to announce that the jury has selected Dr. Satya Vadlamani as the Trailblazing Woman Pharma Disruptor of the Year 2025. Can we have a big round of applause, please? I request Dr. Satya Brahma to come on the stage to give away the trophy.
Trailblazing Woman Pharma Disruptor of the Year 2025. And the winner is Dr. Satya Vadlamani, Chairperson and Managing Director, Murali Krishna Pharma Private Limited.
The stage to confer the award to Dr. Satya Vadlamani.
With this, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the final and most awaited session of the India Leadership Conclave 2025. This is the high-voltage televised panel discussion that has become the hallmark of this conclave, a debate that challenges narratives, questions power, and amplifies voices from the margins. The session is titled Bharat's Broken Promises, Why Welfare Isn't Reaching the Margins. It is a theme that strikes at the very heart of our democracy, asking why welfare schemes designed to uplift often fail to reach those who need them the most. Today, we have deliberate on accountability, governance, and the urgent need to reform. This dynamic and thought-provoking session will be moderated by none other than the editor-in-chief of Network 7 Media Group, the fearless journalist and visionary disruptor, Dr. Satya Brahma. I now request our esteemed panel speakers to kindly come up on the stage. Mr. Mayank Gandhi, social activist, founder and chief trustee, Global Vikas Trust. Can we have some claps, please? Mr. Sushant Rao Rane, co-founder and director, Adroit Biomed Limited. Mr. Sandeep Agrawal, founder, A2Z Services Private Limited. Talia, please. Ms. Nobomita Mazumdar, founder, Nobomita. Ladies and gentlemen, with great anticipation, I now pass the remote to Dr. Satya Brahma to ignite the powerful panel debate. Let the discussions begin.
Sorry, you can have your seat here. Sunday, please come here, have a seat.
Who sits there?
You sit here, so.
Next to you?
I think Namomita has not yet come, so we'll have to remove that.
Where do I sit?
Yeah, you can sit here. This has to go. A very good afternoon and welcome to you all for this special panel discussion of India Leadership Conclave 2025. And we are discussing about a very significant issue that nation is confronting, Bharat's broken promises. Why we are failing and why the revenues are not reaching to the marginalized sections of the society. And to discuss with this, we have a very eminent panel speakers with us. We have Mr. Mayank Gandhi, the founder of the Global Vikas Trust, one of the foremost social entrepreneur and a social activist. I would rather say politician turned social activist. You heard him in the morning speaking flamboyant about how he is doing. Then we have Mr. Sushant Ravarane, who started a company of Edward Biomed Limited in the year 2010. He is the co-founder and director of Edward Biomed Limited company. It's a dermatology company. And then we have Mr. Sandeep Agrawal, is the managing director of A to Z Services Limited, who specialize in consultancy services, IPR laws, trademarks, business expansions, collaborations, and a potential public offices setting up outside with the help of Mr. Sandeep Agrawal. Thank you all for joining with us actually. So let's start the ball rolling. So we've spoken about two Bharats. Do you think the Bharat's promises have been broken since 1947 till date?
I think nothing happens in a vacuum. We need to understand that from 1947 to 2014, 188 million people came out of poverty. And from 2014 to 2025, 279 million people have come out of poverty. So things are happening, but I think the potential is much more. We are listening to the ease of business. And while you were talking, I was looking at the Google and said that we were 142 in 2014 in index, and today we are 60. So a lot of things have happened. But while good things have happened, and in a geopolitical scenario, we have gone from 10th to 3rd or 4th. But lot needs to be done. And in the last 10, 12 years, corruption has galloped like nobody's business. And the word corruption has gone out of governance lexicon. Nobody talks about corruption. It's as if it has been accepted. And in old times, I used to say this joke.
So are you saying that corruption is not there in the comment?
No, nobody is fighting corruption anymore. They have taken it for granted. Corruption has increased, galloped like nobody's business. So a government which came to power fighting na khata hu, na khane dunga.
So being a social activist,
suddenly,
what have you done?
No, what I have done, let me come to that. But first, let's talk about the scenario. Corruption has increased and it has become normal for corruption. People who do corruption are in positions of power. Industrials, social, corporate, everywhere corruption is now taken for granted. And the scale of corruption has increased tremendously. I have been fighting against corruption You know, I was there in India against corruption, and we started a political party to fight against corruption. But as of now, I've clearly understood that fighting against corruption from outside government is not something that I can do. So I've gone to the villages and I'm trying to transform their lives, and corruption be damned. सब जगह करप्शन है, अभी सब जगह लड़ेंगे.
इवन गांव में भी करप्शन है.
किधर नहीं है यार, करप्शन गांव में ज़्यादा है शायद शहर से.
नहीं, वहाँ पे जो आपका एमपी है, वहाँ पे जो एमएलए है, वो तो दिखाई नहीं दे वहाँ पे तो लोगों को भलाई कैसे होगा वहाँ पे?
वहाँ का जो एमएलए है वो शायद इस देश का मोस्ट करप्ट में से एक है. तो
आपको बनना चाहिए वहाँ पे. अगर आप पावर में नहीं आएंगे तो कैसे सुधारेंगे आप?
नहीं, ये आपकी गलत फहमी है.
ये आप डर गए कि प्रशांत किशोर जैसा आदमी वहाँ पे 3 साल वो दिया बिहार का पाटना में, फिर भी कुछ नहीं कर पाए वो.
प्रशांत किशोर को मैं बहुत रेलिवेंट नहीं समझता हूँ, पर मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि मैंने ये समझ लिया है कि पॉलिटिक्स इज नॉट द ओनली पाथ. देयर आर मैनी पाथ्स टू ट्रांसफॉर्म दिस कंट्री, एंड पॉलिटिक्स के अंदर कुछ एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं ह्यूमन नेचर के, वो मेरे अंदर नहीं है. तो मैं पॉलिटिक्स में जाऊंगा, आई विल बी अ वेरी फेल्ड पॉलिटिशियन. आई एम अ वेरी सक्सेसफुल सोशल एक्टिविस्ट, सो आई डोंट वांट टू चेंज अ सक्सेसफुल मॉडल टू गो टू अ प्लेस वेयर आई एम गोइंग टू बी अ श्योर फेलियर. बट ये देश का हालत ठीक नहीं हो रहा है. वाइल इट इज प्रोग्रेसिंग एट द लोअर लेवल बहुत तकलीफ बढ़ गई है.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Sushant ji, if I could ask you a question, publicly you have acknowledged that you are a big fan of Narendra Modi.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yeah, very much.
What has he done for India? Why the people are suffering?
Okay. So, first of all, Satya ji, thank you very much for having me on the panel.
And the theme of today's panel discussion is about Bharat's broken promises.
Yeah.
Do you think that Bharat's promises have been fulfilled?
Okay, so let me just break this into two parts. Before we talk about the broken promises, let me just talk about the achievements that we as a country we have got in the last decade or so. Okay, I personally believe that in the last 10 years, last decade that we have witnessed, India has transformed significantly since the independent India has born in. Okay, so if I have to look at,
15 lakh account आ गया हमारा ने वो.
15 लाख अकाउंट में बाद में बात करते हैं, बट 15 लाख अकाउंट में आने के पहले क्या क्या हुआ है उसका एक थोड़ा सा जायजा दे देते हैं. सो इफ यू लुक एट, इंडिया हैज गॉन ऑन टू मल्टीपल फोल्ड्स. ओके, लेट मी फर्स्ट टॉक अबाउट द जीडीपी. Okay, so today if you look at Indian GDP has from 2 trillion, okay, we have now almost $4 trillion economy. So that's a significant progress which has happened in. Second, when I look at the poverty level, what Mayank ji was talking about, okay, India has significantly grown means the poverty has gone down. And if I look at a normal citizen of India, okay, normal citizen who was actually striving and struggling for basic infrastructure, I personally feel to a greater extent those things have been provided to them. So may it be houses.
Okay, let me interject. Many of the SMEs have closed down the business after COVID actually. During the COVID era, they have not been able to come up. And government has not come out with a single formula how to address this issue.
Can I just respond?
Yes.
Can I stop you, please?
Sure.
Am I right? What I'm making a point?
हम लोग गाँव में जाते हैं ना,
हाँ ठीक है,
तो मेन रोड तो बना हुआ है, लेकिन अंदर के सब रोड ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते हो,
क्योंकि वहाँ पे मंत्री आएंगे, इसके लिए रोड बना दिया उन्होंने.
वो एक बात है, लेकिन पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रैश हो चुका है.
बट सुशांत जी तो बोल रहे हैं कि पूरा इम्प्रूव हो गया है.
मैं तो जमीन के ऊपर हूँ, तो मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ.
उनसे बात कीजिए ना, बोले उनको.
मेरे घर में 15 मिनट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं आती है तो मेरे को तकलीफ हो जाती है साल में. वहाँ पे 8 घंटा सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आती है, वो भी रात को 12 बजे चालू होती है और सुबह 8 बजे ख़त्म होती है. बच्चे कैसे पढ़ेंगे, लोग कैसे जिएंगे, ये सब ऊपर की बात है. फिगर्स के ऊपर मैं भी बोल सकता हूँ, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि ज़मीन के अंदर बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है. और मुझे कहीं ये भी लगता है इंडिया इज़ प्रोग्रेसिंग इन स्पाइट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट एंड नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट.
डू यू थिंक मोदी भक्त एक कल्ट हो गया है? बिकॉज मेनी पीपल आर ब्लाइंडली फॉलोइंग हिम.
नहीं, मैं भी मोदी भक्त हूँ, उसने बहुत कुछ किया है, लेकिन मेरे चश्मा ठीक है.
फिर गांव क्यों गया?
मुझे दिखता है कि कितना नहीं हुआ है. आपको सिर्फ वही दिखता है कितना किया है. अरे एक प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, करेगा नहीं तो क्या करेगा? ही इज बीन गेटिंग इलेक्टेड ऑन मेजोरिटी.
11 साल हो गया
है ना, अच्छी बात है, कर रहे हैं. लेकिन हम अगर भक्त बन जाए और बोले वाह 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 मोदी जी, तो मुझे लगता है ये ठीक नहीं है. हमको ये दिखाना चाहिए कितना करप्शन चल रहा है, कैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खत्म हो चुका है, और गाँव में जहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है वहाँ कैसे लोग सब ह्यूमन लाइफ जी रहे हैं.
So Mayank ji, while I'll partially agree with you, but greatly I would like to have a different opinion, point of view on
Will
this.
you change your opinion that Modi has not done?
No, please allow me to kind
Okay,
of,
please continue,
make
yeah.
my opening remarks, and then maybe I'll
Okay,
kind
right,
of
okay,
give a
okay,
rebut to
okay,
what
got
you're
it.
saying. Okay. So we're talking about infrastructure. So when we talk about infrastructure, certainly I agree. The country is so huge. To manage 140 crores of people, it's very difficult. Okay. Now let's break this into two parts: pre-Modi era versus Modi era. Okay. If we have to ask audience whether we have seen development in the last 10 years, I'm sure unanimously the voice will be yes. I will not say in totality we have transformed, but to a greater extent, even a school-going child can say, he can vouch for that there is a positive development. Okay. So when we talk about infrastructure, yes, there are a lot of roads, highways, national highways being constructed. At the same time, when I talk about metros, okay, metro earlier was prevalent in 5 cities. Now we have metros running in 25 cities. If we talk about infrastructure aviation-wise, okay, earlier we had 74 airports in the country. Now we have almost 150 airports. Okay. So when I look at infrastructure, certainly this country is making positive development, positive strides. However, yes, there is a lot to do. Now, if I expect that, if I go to a micro interior of any village and if I see that, यहाँ पे सड़कें ठीक नहीं है, I agree. Okay. बट इतना मैं बोल सकता हूँ जो मैंने मेरे गांव में भी देखा है कि पहले कुछ नहीं था, अभी कुछ तो है. ओके. द क्वालिटी ऑफ रोड्स माइट नॉट बी दैट ग्रेट, बट येस देयर इज अ पॉजिटिव चेंज विच इज हैपनिंग इन. और अगर बारिश में सड़कें खराब हुई तो एटलीस्ट पैचवर्क करके वो ऑपरेशनल है. That doesn't mean I'm a strong, मतलब अंधभक्त हूँ, but yes, definitely when I see that there is a on infrastructure,
you spoke about 150 airports. उसमें कितना फंक्शनल है?
मैं आपको एक फिगर देता हूँ.
ओके, बोलिए. हाँ, करेक्ट.
पहले 650 हमारे यहाँ सुसाइड होते थे, लास्ट ईयर 1100 हुए. इस साल ऑलरेडी 857 सुसाइड्स हो चुके हैं.
इट इज इंक्रीज्ड.
यस. तो कितना हाईवे बने और कितने सुसाइड सब जगह इंक्रीज ही हो रहा है.
अच्छा, ठीक है, बोलिए अभी आप. ओके, लेट मी टेक दिस क्वेश्चन टू मिस्टर संदीप अग्रवाल. आपको लग रहा है कि भारत का प्रोग्रेस हुआ है? डू यू थिंक दैट इंडिया इज प्रोग्रेस्ड, दैट वी आर इन ए डेवलप्ड वर्ल्ड, वी आर इंचिंग टुवर्ड्स विकसित भारत, हम एक 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी के ऊपर जा रहे हैं, इंडिया फॉरेन डिप्लोमेसी बहुत बड़ा हो गया है और गरीब लोग भी पूरा उनको भी सब कुछ फैसिलिटी मिल रहा है? आपको लग रहा है ऐसा?
So first of all, thank you for inviting me today.
Right.
For this panel discussion. So coming back to your question, is a very politically motivated question. I am a consultant, so I think.
But you are a citizen also.
I see all the things as a business perspective. I travel around India, around the world, and I always compare what I am getting in India compared to what I am getting there. So in US also I frequently travel. Even after paying so much, we don't get any service. Not at the airport, not even at the hotel. And wherever I am exhibiting as an exhibitor, even after paying thousands of dollars.
You're saying you're not getting anything from them?
I am saying out of India. So we always compare in India. Why? Because we always compare what happened 5 years back, 10 years back. And I agree with Shushan. So whatever I am saying is my personal opinion, because I talk to all the business people. I have 25,000 plus customers in different domain, and we are advising them on various aspects in terms of business registration, in terms of IPR and all other registration.
That is all right, but I am.
So I just allow me 30 seconds. So my perspective is, see, we do have a lot of issue internally. Every state there is a different government. There is a coalition government. And one person cannot fix it. Okay. And I am not a Bondibak. I am not in favor of BJP, Congress or Shiv Sena here. I am doing my business, and I just, want to make sure I support the government, because without our support as a countryman, if we don't support our own people, our own government, then whom do we should support? Do you want to support Trump, who's so unpredictable? Today he says something, tomorrow again he says something else. Now he's questioning those who got citizenship in last few years. He's saying that I will challenge and I will make sure if they are from third country, I will cancel that. Can Modi say this thing in India? No. So coming back to your question, I do not agree. To certain extent, I agree with sir. There is a lot of, scope for improvement, especially in rural villages. And in terms of development, I can see development is happening in every district, every state.
Give some example, please.
Like what he said, I travel so across. Okay, earlier it used to take like more time to reach there. There is a lot of connectivity now. There is a lot of direct flight. Number of airport has increased. Simultaneously, if you go by car to Pune, earlier when I used to go, it takes sometime 4 hours, 5 hours. You get stuck in Lonavala for 1 hour, 2 hours. Now they are identifying where we are getting stuck.
Very
and
good.
we have to come out of that, problem.
Right.
And
So
that
you
is
have
what
so you are of the opinion that India has progressed.
Of course.
India has made a remarkable.
Otherwise, how we are close to $5 trillion.
I agree with you. 100% I agree with you. But still, there are some gaps which you need to fill it up. I think that gaps. I think Mayank Gandhiji will throw some light.
See, initially I said that never before has more people come out of poverty. Never before has India grown so fast. I also very clearly feel that no Prime Minister as good as Modi has come to this country prior to this. But having said that, if we do not look at the flaws in this country, how do we correct it? So when I look at flaws and tell you that ये सब अंग्रेज लोग हैं, उनको हाईवे पे जाना, उनको ये करना, यही उनका पैरामीटर्स है. मैं तो गांव में जाता हूँ जहाँ सुसाइड होते हैं, जहाँ लोग मरते हैं, जहाँ बिजली नहीं है, जहाँ पानी नहीं है, और मैं वहाँ की बात करता हूँ. आप मेरे को शहर की बात करोगे, मुंबई का हाईवे ठीक हो गया, मुझे उससे लेना देना नहीं है, बिकॉज योर 65% ऑफ इंडिया इज लिविंग देयर. और आप इंडिया की बात कर रहे हो और ये टॉपिक का सब्जेक्ट है भारत. मैं भारत की बात कर रहा हूँ, आप लोग इंडिया की बात कर रहे हो. भारत में बहुत तकलीफ है, उसको देखना ज़रूरी है, उसके सामने लड़ना ज़रूरी है. ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, ऑल वेल एंड गुड. बट अगर हम लोग एज सिटीजन्स ऑफ दिस कंट्री, if we do not look at the flaws and try to correct it, we are missing a point.
So, Sushant ji, you please tell me what are the missing gaps that we have in India, so that
in India or Bharat?
Bharat actually, yeah.
India, Bharat.
So Bharat mein jo problem hai, these are the manifold problems we have. How can we address these problems? All the Prime Minister has taken number of steps like Jan Dhan Yojana, then there are so many other schemes which have come out. How we can improve so that the last miles are reaching the benefits?
Right. So I think, to walk that path, the most important thing is connectivity. When I talk about connectivity in terms of infrastructure, as Mayankji rightly said that, when we travel to the deep interiors of any village, the roads or, the infrastructure is an issue. Certainly that is something which the country has to look at. But I personally feel, we'll have to probably look this from a macro picture and then funnel it down to a micro level, okay? So step one, at least I'm glad that Mayankji has accepted for a fact that, India is developing, or there has been a...
My first statement was that.
Yes, yes, India is developing, and if you look at right from first 4 metros we had, okay, Mumbai, Delhi, Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, all those 4 metros essentially we used to classify as India. Now we have at least 25 metros, okay, which essentially are doing very well, okay. So connectivity at metro, Tier 1, Tier 2 cities has really improved in. Now what we have to do is we probably have to improve the connectivity to the last mile, which is Tier 3 and deep into the Bharat that we'll talk about. The second important thing, which I feel the government has done really well in the last 10 years is they have linked the entire population to a uniform identity process, which is Aadhaar, okay. I believe with that Aadhaar there is a lot of transparency which have come in. If there is some development which is happening in, at least we have ensured that the benefit is able to reach to the right individual. I'm sure there might be some corruption which is there in the process, but that's a separate part. Essentially what I'm trying to make a point over here is, whatever reforms are doing
in... Nilekani during the Congress rule.
Whatever. See, I'm talking about what good has happened. Whether Mr. Modi has done it or it has happened during Congress era, that's a different thing. But the right utilization of that Aadhaar, I believe, has happened in the in the last decade or so. So that's one thing. The third important thing which I feel, which has empowered each one of us over here is UPI. Today, UPI has actually transformed the entire country, and right from cash we are moving to a cashless economy. That's such a huge development.
I agree,
every single penny which we are invested made, so we have a record of that.
You don't have to carry cash. Actually,
We don't have to carry cash, and
I agree with you.
it's going into the banking system. It actually is a part of your economy. Okay, so when I talk about this, probably we might have to take in more efforts to understand how can we do it better. Okay, I think the path is right. Essentially, we might be able to do better in the coming years.
Okay, Mr. Mahengani, you want to make some point?
पहले तो मुझे ये लगा था कि ये भारत के ऊपर डिस्कशन है, पर यहाँ तो इंडिया की बात हो रही है. बट दूसरा जो मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि मनरेगा करके एक स्कीम है.
हाँ, this was started by Congress.
हाँ, किसने स्टार्ट किया वो?
वो भी important है.
लार्जेस्ट पॉवर्टी एलिवेशन प्रोग्राम.
Very true.
तो उसके अंदर क्या होता है कि जितना करप्शन है और जितना डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है उतना शायद इस देश में कहीं भी नहीं है. तो जब आपको बिल बनाना है 3.25 लाख का 3 साल में, वो गरीब किसान जो है, तब उसको 60,000 रुपया इनिशियली ब्राइब देना पड़ता है और उसको 4 साल 5 साल लगते हैं. लेकिन जब उसका बिल बन गया ना, तो पैसे उसके अकाउंट में विदाउट एनी करप्शन, विदाउट एनी टाइम थिंग तुरंत आ जाता है थ्रू द डीबीटी स्कीम. तो मैं ये बोलूं कि डीबीटी होने से बहुत देश को भला हो गया है. एज एन एक्टिविस्ट मेरे मुंह से ये नहीं निकलेगा, मुझे ये लगेगा कि बिल बनाने को इतना लाखों रुपया का करप्शन हो रहा है, मुझे उसको ठीक करना है, क्योंकि मुझे इंडिया को ठीक करना है. मुझे मोदी बहुत बढ़िया है, इंडिया बहुत बढ़िया है, ये बोल के मैं जानता हूँ कितना अच्छा है, एंड आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट्स इन अ डेरोगेटरी वे. बहुत अच्छा हुआ है काम. मैं पहले भी बोला, इतने लोग पॉवर्टी के बाहर, हम लोग ईज ऑफ बिजनेस में चेंज हो गए हैं, हम लोग का जियोपॉलिटिकली हम लोग बहुत अच्छे हो गए हैं, इकोनॉमी इंप्रूव हो गई है. लेकिन ये मेरा काम नहीं है वाह वाह करना.
बट आपने पिक्चर,
ये काम है.
आपने वीडियो दिखाया गांव में लोग कैसे, हाउ दे आर सफरिंग इन द विलेजेस एक्चुअली.
तो मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ,
वही भारत है.
वाह वाह करना मेरा काम नहीं है. मेरा काम ये है कि फॉल्ट्स किधर है उसको मैं कैसे ठीक कर सकता हूँ. कौन कैसा करेगा, मोदी क्या करेगा, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ.
वेरी ट्रू.
That is my target. How do you transform this country? और कुछ इंडिया के प्रॉब्लम्स तो मुझे दिखते ही नहीं है. ये फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लम्स है, वो हमारे यहाँ थर्ड वर्ल्ड के प्रॉब्लम्स है. उसके ऊपर ध्यान दूं या फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड के प्रॉब्लम, पानी ठीक आता है नहीं आता है, ये सब मुझे बहुत अपील नहीं करता है.
राइट. संदीप जी, वी आर रनिंग शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम. आई विल गिव यू द फाइनल वर्ड्स टू यू एज a businessman.
Okay.
As a businessman, since you told that you traveled so many countries, what are the fundamental differences you found out in the overseas countries and in India in terms of livelihood, in terms of access to medicine, in terms of sanitation and the other issues?
India or Bharat?
Bharat, sorry, Bharat ke baare.
So I will talk about Bharat. India and Bharat is same.
No, it is not same.
No.
For me, it's same.
Okay.
That's because you have not seen Bharat.
Yeah.
So I just
हमने
want
देखा
to-
भारत सुबह.
I just want to add one more point. It's, educating people. There are a lot of government scheme, and if you ask is industry specific scheme also, even those who are in the same profession or business, they don't know about the scheme.
Which scheme? Which scheme you are talking?
MSME scheme, all other benefit which they are giving directly to businessmen, somebody who's starting a new business.
Okay, 17,000 crore before the election to
No, so I
10,000
tell you
people.
about in
हाँ,
my
ठीक है.
business,
हाँ.
like lot of people were, thinking twice about filing an IPR. The problem is everybody think it's expenses, but it is your business protection. So what the government of India has done in last few years, they say, okay, you file an application. Once your trademark get registered, you can ask for a refund and directly it come to your company account. Everything is online, but hardly 1 or 2% businessmen knows about this. And that is a kind of message we are giving to business community. It's not expenses, it is your business protection. You are getting refund from the government in terms of some subsidy and all. And you can protect your business very well.
Right, final.
And it will add lot of value.
Fantastic, very
going
good.
forward.
Last 30 seconds, yeah.
So I think, essentially the country is on the right path. all that I believe is, as Mayankji was talking about, that there has to be some course correction in terms of execution. I believe and the onus and responsibility lies on each one of us to ensure that those gaps are being covered up. And if we essentially have the same vision of being the most powerful nation of the world, I think it's very much possible under a proper leadership.
Well said.
Leadership.
30 seconds final word to the veteran Mayankji. Yes.
पहले तो डायग्नोसिस ठीक हो रहा है कि नहीं,
भारत
तभी
है वो।
दवाई देंगे।
हाँ।
ये क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है उसको देखेंगे नहीं और दवाई देना शुरू कर देते हैं ना, इससे वो और ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम बढ़ जाता है। इस देश के अंदर, इस गांव के अंदर, इस भारत के अंदर जहाँ पे 65% लोग जीते हैं, अगर उनके प्रॉब्लम्स को हम समझेंगे नहीं, उसको डायग्नाइज नहीं करेंगे तो सोल्यूशन नहीं आएगा। मैं भी मानता हूँ कि जो डायरेक्शन ठीक पकड़ा है, लेकिन इट इज़ टू स्लो, और इट इज़ मोर बिकॉज of the kind of people we have, entrepreneurs, brilliant people in this country, that it is happening, and it is little to do with what government is doing. Government अपना काम करते जा रहा है, लेकिन ज़मीन के ऊपर जो काम है वो मुझे लगता है it is happening in spite of the government.
Okay, finally with this, we come to the concluding part of the session, so we'll move into the lunch after that. But one message that I wanted to give you, that Bharat's broken promises, although still there, we have been trying to manage that griefs, and we have to come, we have found out some solutions, but these solutions are not enough. We have to reach more. It has to be, the people-centric approach. To me, the biggest problem is actually there are too many schemes. When you have too many schemes to launch, it is difficult for you to implement. Make less number of schemes and make it implementable to the people. And please try to see that these schemes actually reach to the final beneficiary, the last minds. With this, we conclude the today's session. Thank you, Sandeep, for being on the show. Thank you, Sushant, for being on the show. Thank you, Mayankji, on the show. It has been a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Namaskar, and see you more.
Thank you.
Thank you all. What a wonderful and brainstorming discussion we just witnessed. The insights, the perspectives, and the passion shared here truly reflect the spirit of this conclave. Fearless dialogue and transformative ideas. As a mark of respect and gratitude, I now request Dr. Satya Brahma to kindly come and present mementos to our esteemed panel speakers. This gesture symbolizes our appreciation for their valuable contributions and for enriching today's debate with such depth and clarity. Mementos, please.
Yes, we need Mr. Sushant Ravarane and Mr. Sandeep Agarwal. It seems Bharat is dark there. Try to find out where exactly is the memento is. This is for you, Mr. Sandeep, as a token of appreciation for coming on the show. And this is for you. And these are two, one for you and one for you. It has been a pleasure and some great discussion. Okay, we'll take a group photo, yeah.
With this, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch for 1 hour. When we return, we will be stepping into the most awaited segment of the day, the 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave, Power Brand Awards 2025. So we shall be reconvening after an hour. In the meantime, please feel free to explore and enjoy our beautifully decorated spaces designed especially for you to capture photographic memories of this iconic conclave. Spaces. We now move to the iconic 14th Annual Leadership Conclave Award Presentation Ceremony 2025, the most awaited segment of the day. Since its inception in 2009, the India Leadership Conclave and Indian Affairs Business Leadership Awards has honored over 400 Fortune 500 companies and iconic leaders who have redefined excellence against all odds. Today, the ILC power brands symbolize not just recognition, but a movement that reflects the aspirations of a billion Indians, celebrating those who dare to disrupt, innovate, and inspire. Dr. Brahma? Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to invite on stage the chief guest of today's program, a towering figure in the world of healthcare, often called the father of Indian homeopathy, and the face of India on the global stage, Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra, founder and chairman emeritus of Dr. Batra's Healthcare. Dr. Mukesh Batra is a pioneer of modern homeopathy in India and a first-generation entrepreneur who transformed homeopathy into a global healthcare brand. He founded Dr. Batra's group of companies, which today operates over 200 clinics across 6 countries, serving millions of patients worldwide. Awarded the Padma Shri in 2012 for his outstanding contribution to homeopathic medicine, Dr. Batra has been instrumental in bringing standardization, innovation, and technology to homeopathy, from blister packaging of remedies to launching the world's first cyber clinic offering online consultations to over 450,000 patients annually. He is also the first Asian homeopath to receive honorary fellowships from British and American institutes, and the only Indian homeopath invited to address the Academic Pediatric Association at its international convention. His authored works, including Healing with Homeopathy and The Nation's Homeopath, have educated and inspired countless readers. Beyond medicine, he is a TEDx speaker, mentor, and passionate photographer, embodying creativity alongside clinical excellence. Dr. Batra's journey is a testament to how vision, compassion, and innovation can redefine an entire industry and place India firmly on the global healthcare map. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with resounding applause Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra as he delivers the chief guest address.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. This is the most difficult part, because in medicine we call it postprandial. So after you've had lunch, your sugar actually gets spiked a bit and then it's very difficult to concentrate, but I'm so glad that you're all here. Distinguished guests, respected ladies, leaders, innovators, and dear friends, good afternoon. It is truly an honor to join you today at the 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave and Power Brand Awards 2025, a platform that has consistently celebrated ideas, individuals, and institutions shaping the India of tomorrow. My warm regards to my friend Dr. Satya Brahma and the entire Network 7 Media Group for curating such a meaningful and thought-provoking conclave. This year's theme, India at 3, Power, Purpose, and People, reflects a profound transformation. India today is not just the world's fastest growing major economy, and here I'm talking about India and not Bharat, my dear friend Mayank. So it's It's not just the world's fastest growing major economy, it is a nation driven by aspiration, resilience, and a renewed moral compass. Power no longer lies only in economics or geopolitics. It lies in the confidence of our youth, the innovation of our entrepreneurs, and the determination of ordinary citizens who choose to rewrite their own destiny. As someone who has spent over 5 decades in healthcare, especially in taking homeopathy and holistic wellness to millions across India and the world, I witnessed this shift firsthand. The India we see today is an India where purpose matters as much as profit, where business leadership is measured not only by scale, but by impact, and not only by ambition, but by compassion. Many of today's sessions addressed today's most urgent challenges, from farmer distress to corporate governance, from medical device self-reliance to inclusion of marginalized communities. These are not just policy issues. They are reminders that leadership is ultimately about people. Whether it's a farmer struggling with debt, a tribal community denied opportunity, or a patient seeking dignified healthcare, every Indian deserves progress rooted in justice and humanity. As we march towards India at 2047, Viksit Bharat, a fully developed nation, our real strength will come from leaders who think fearlessly, act ethically, and place people at the center of every decision. If power defines what we can do, and purpose defines why we do it, then people define for whom we do it. To all the award nominees here, your journey inspires us. You represent the best of India, innovators, disruptors, creators, and change makers. Awards recognize achievement, but more importantly, they remind us of our responsibility to lift others as we rise. In closing, let me remember that the story of New India will not only be written by governments alone or by corporates alone, but by all of us, collectively, courageously, and compassionately. Thank you for having me, and my heartfelt congratulations to all the leaders who will be honored this evening. Thank you.
We'll show the nomination video. We'll show the how selection are made. Please come here, sir.
Dr. Brahma? I will announce. Sir, आप चले गए, we need you on stage. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of our admiration and gratitude, I now request the architect of the conclave, Dr. Satya Brahma, to kindly come upon the stage and present a memento to Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra. This memento is a symbol of our respect for his pioneering contributions to homeopathy, his global impact, and his journey as a transformational leader. May I invite you all to applaud this special moment as Dr. Satya Brahma has presented the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring to you a very special segment, the India Leadership Conclave Power Brand Award Nomination Curtain Raiser. This is where we unveil the journey behind the awards, how the selection is made, how the winners are determined, and the rigorous process that ensures only the most deserving leaders and organizations are honored. The India Leadership Conclave Awards are not just accolades, they are the gold standard of recognition. Every nomination goes through a meticulous process of evaluation, scrutiny, and jury deliberation. Transparency, credibility, and impact are the cornerstones of the selection process, making these awards a very true symbol of excellence. Can we have the AV, please?
India's most valuable corporate governance vanguard of the year 2025. And the nominees are
the AV for the India Leadership Conclave Awards, please. So ladies and gentlemen, there was a small glitch. So we are taking you behind the scenes, witnessing the selection process that defines the ILC power brands.
We are live from the heart of Mumbai, India's pulsating capital of ambition and transformation, where history is being written tonight. Welcome to the 14th Annual Leadership Conclave and Power Brand Awards, a summit of visionaries, a crucible of courage, and a celebration of innovation that defies convention. Presented by the trailblazing media powerhouse, Network 7 Media Group, this is far more than an award ceremony. It is a moment of minds, a legacy of leadership, and a living tribute to the architects of New India. Those who shape its soul not with noise, but with impact. For over a decade, this platform has honored icons who dared to dream differently. From Narayana Murthy to Ratan Tata, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw to Manish Malhotra, Priyanka Chopra and beyond. Their stories are etched in our collective memory. But today, we turn the spotlight to a new generation of trailblazers. Those who may not always make headlines, but whose impact is undeniable. This year, the pursuit was relentless. The chase was purposeful. The mission was clear: to identify and honor the unsung heroes of innovation, creativity, and performance. Those who defied odds, broke barriers, and quietly transformed their industries. So, how were these champions selected? Let us unveil the curtain raiser of our nomination and selection process. The responsibility of shortlisting the finalists was entrusted to Network 7 Research, the analytical arm of Network 7 Media Group. Their mandate? To go beyond the obvious, to look past celebrity status, revenue size, or hierarchical seniority, to find the heartbeat of innovation. In the words of Dr. Satya Brahma, the visionary chairman and editor-in-chief of Network 7 Media, we are restless in our pursuit. We chase those who challenge convention. We honor those who take risks, who innovate, who lead not with noise but with impact. These awards are not about fame, they are about fire. With that spirit, Network 7 Research embarked on a rigorous multi-stage selection process. Stage 1. Open nominations. Nominations were invited from across sectors: corporate, social, creative, healthcare, governance, and entrepreneurship. Over 2,000 entries were received from across India and the diaspora. Stage 2, Research and Validation. Each nominee was evaluated on 5 key pillars: innovation quotient, societal impact, ethical leadership, sustainability and scalability, disruption potential. Stage 3, Expert Jury Review. A panel of independent experts, thought leaders and past awardees reviewed the top 100 profiles. The jury deliberated over weeks, debating merit, impact and originality. Stage 4, Final Shortlist. 6 finalists were selected in each category. These finalists represent the finest minds and boldest spirits of New India. Tonight, as we honor these change makers, we reaffirm our commitment to celebrating leadership that matters. Leadership that transforms, leadership that inspires. To all our finalists, your journey is your award, and to our winners, your legacy begins tonight. Today marks the culmination of a journey of vision, grit and purpose. From thousands of nominations to 6 extraordinary finalists in each category, we now arrive at the moment of truth, the moment where excellence meets recognition. So hold your breath, brace for impact, because we are about to unveil the winners of the India Leadership Conclave's 14th Annual Power Brand Awards across categories that define the spirit of New India. Let the celebration of leadership begin, and here are the nominations in
Ladies and gentlemen, we commence with the 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave and Power Brand Awards 2025. India's Most Valuable Corporate Governance Vanguard of the Year 2025 goes to... Can we have the AV, please?
India's Most Valuable Corporate Governance Vanguard of the Year 2025. And the nominees are Amber Enterprises India Limited, Elecon Engineering Company Limited, Wari Energies Limited, Panache DigiLife Limited, Surma SGS Technology Limited, Titagar Rail Systems Limited.
To give away the awards, I request Dr. Satya Brahma to kindly escort our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra, on the stage to give away the 14th Annual India Leadership Conclave and Power Brand Awards. And India's Most Valuable Corporate Governance Vanguard of the Year 2025 goes to Surma SGS Technology Limited.
They have come from Delhi. It's a Delhi-based company. I
India's Credit Rating Titan of the Year 2025. AV, please.
India's Credit Rating Titan of the Year 2025, and the nominees are CRISIL Ratings Limited, Brickwork Ratings India Private Limited, Acuite Ratings and Research Limited, Infometrics Valuation and Rating Private Limited, ICRA ICRA Limited, Care Edge Group.
India's Credit Rating Titan of the Year 2025 award goes to Infometrics Valuation and Ratings Limited. Talia, please.
I invite Mr. Suraj Pratap Malik to come on the stage. And Subham also, please come. Let's bring the team, yes. Congratulations for this coveted honor.
I just want to say it's Infometrics Ratings, not Infometrics.
No, it's Dynamics actually. They did it actually like this, yeah. But it is changed here, so. Let's sit here. Changed here. Congratulations. You want to say something?
No, no.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look forward to meeting you soon. Thank you.
Icon of Women Entrepreneurship and Empowerment of the Year 2025.
Say one line.
AB, please.
Icon of Women Entrepreneurship and Empowerment of the Year 2025. And the nominees are Varna Bhatt, Founder and CEO, Bliss Water Industries Private Limited; Aparna Reddy, Executive Director, Aparna Enterprises Limited; Madhu Tiwari, Founder, Lavier; Rabita Tanuran, Co-Founder, Nile Hospitality; Radhika Agarwal, Managing Partner, Jagadamba Jewelers and Pearls; Anusha Chandrasekhar, Founder and CEO, Berry Lush.
Icon of Women Entrepreneurship and Empowerment of the Year 2025 award goes to Radhika Agarwal, Managing Partner, Jagadamba Jewelers and Pearls.
Congratulations for this coveted honor, and it's a brilliant recognition. What she has done is the craftsmanship of blending traditions with modern elegance in jewelry, and she really made a difference. Congratulations to you. Yes.
Most Valuable Luxury Jewelry Brand of the Year.
Most Valuable Luxury Jewelry Brand of the Year 2025. And the nominees are Ivana Jewels by Jindal, Nishka Jewelry, Okera Jewelry, Solitario, Limelight Diamonds, House of Quadri.
The Most Valuable Luxury Jewelry Brand of the Year 2025 award goes to House of Quadri. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Congratulations. Why could not make it, right? Damn, good. Speaker it is. Congratulations, thank you. Give my regard to you.
India's crown jewel in luxury hospitality of the year.
India's crown jewel in luxury hospitality of the year 2025, and the nominees are Caravella Beach Resort Goa, Rosetta Hospitality, Kimane Luxury Golf Resort, Silar Resorts, the Java Rain Luxury Resort, Wild Planet Bana Heights.
India's crown jewel in luxury hospitality of the year 2025 goes to Rosetta Hospitality.
May I request Jay to come on the stage, please? Yeah. He's the co-founder. Many congratulations. Thank you. हाँ हाँ दे दो Okay, this is You want to say something? You want to say something? You want to say? Thank you.
The game changer in India's jewelry design landscape.
The game changer in India's jewelry design landscape 2025, and the nominees are Renu Oberoi, Gayatri Joli Agarwal, Niharika Singh Shekhawat, Prerna Khurana, Nikki Savansukhar, Leshna Shah, Founder and Chief Creative Director, Miraswa Fine Jewelry.
The game changer in India's jewelry design landscape 2025 goes to Nikki Savansukha, founder Nikki's Artisan Jewelry. Is there someone here from their company?
Okay, this is not making it.
Okay, moving on to the next award. Indian Affairs Most Promising Dynamic Business Luminary of the Year.
Indian Affairs Most Promising Dynamic Business Luminary of the Year 2025, and the nominees are Mr. Saurabh Mittal, Chairman and Founder, Mission Holdings, Dr. S. Xavier Brito, Chairman and Founder of XB Group and K Indev Logistics, Mr. Ravi Modi, Founder and Managing Director, Vedant Fashions Private Limited, Mr. Puneet Kaura, Managing Director and CEO, Samtel Avionics Limited, Mr. Ankur Mittal, Founder and Managing Director, Loves India, Mr. Kamlesh Gandhi, Chairman and Managing Director, MAS Mass Financial Services Limited.
Indian Affairs Most Promising Dynamic Business Luminary of the Year 2025 goes to Mr. Puneet Kaura, Managing Director and CEO, Samtel Avionics Limited.
This time there are a lot of people coming from out of Mumbai. I know, Puneet told me a message, I could get that. Yeah, I know. Give my regards to him.
Trailblazing Woman Leader of Substance of the Year 2025.
Trailblazing Woman Leader of Substance of the Year 2025. And the nominees are Jayashri Ullal, Chairperson and CEO, Arista Networks; Soumya Rajan, Founder and CEO, Waterfield Advisor; Sheenam Ohri, Managing Director, Broadridge Financial Solutions India Private Limited; Stirisha Voruganti, CEO and Managing Director, Lloyds Technology Center; Anuradha Shriram, Co-founder and Joint Managing Director, Integra Software Services Private Limited; Kritika Subramanian, Founder and Managing Director, Shrestha Leisure Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pride and privilege that we present this coveted award category to not one, but two iconic women business leaders. After rigorous deliberation and thorough analysis, the jury reached a unanimous conclusion. The competition was fierce, the achievements extraordinary, and the impact truly transformative. Hence, this honor is being jointly bestowed upon two trailblazers who have redefined excellence in their respective fields. First, we will celebrate our iconic lady. So I will again like to present it as it is. The trailblazing woman leader of the substance of the year 2025 is Ms. Sheenam Ohri, Managing Director of Broadridge Financial Solutions India Limited, a visionary who has made tremendous contributions to the IT sector. Tonight, she is recognized as the trailblazing woman leader of substance of the year 2025.
Congratulations for the coveted award, etc. Her husband was the managing director of Dell India Limited. She joined the company as chief operating officer in 2023-21. She elevated to the positions now as the managing director. Thank you. Thank you.
Trailblazing woman leader of substance of the year 2025 goes to Ms. Kritika Subramaniam, founder and managing director of Shrestha Leisure Private Limited, who has brilliantly blended traditions with modern culture in the hospitality sector, creating experiences that resonate with heritage and innovation alike.
Correct, eh? Congratulations.
Woman business leader of impact and innovation.
Women Business Leader of Impact and Innovation, Alcobev Industry 2025. And the nominees are Poonam Chandel, Managing Director, New World Spirits; Shambhavi Hingorani, Managing Director, SDU Winery; Vanita Jain, Founder, Rivalry Distillery and Vanaha Gin; Kasturi Banerjee, Founder and CEO, Still Distilling Spirits; Hina Nagarajan, Member, Diageo Global Executive President, Diageo Africa; Resham Chabria, Vice Chairman, Allied Blenders and Distillers Limited.
Woman Business Leader of Impact and Innovation, Alcobev Industry 2025 goes to Hina Nagarajan, Member, Diageo Global Executive President, Diageo Africa. Hina Nagarajan, Member, Diageo Global Executive President.
Good evening. I would like to thank the jury and the India Leadership Conclave team for this fantastic recognition. I am truly honored and humbled to receive this award and dedicate it to my fantastic team at Diageo India. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person to accept this award, but I can only say that it truly inspires me to do more to bring together performance and purpose for greater impact on the teams I work with, all our stakeholders, and the communities we operate in. I wish you a wonderful festive season ahead and a fabulous 2026. Thank you so much again.
Neha Gupta. This is the General Manager, Neha Gupta. Hi Neha, how
We
are
have
you?
Neha
Good,
Gupta, the General Manager.
Not Gupta, right? Neha Menon, sorry. Come here, come here. It's okay. Thank you. I've sent a message to Busy. Were you aware that I was going to show this?
Dr. Gandhi requested कि मनन का पहले कर दो. अभी जाना.
वो नहीं कर पाएगा. They will to change. Can they change from there?
कर दूं? So there's a slight change. This is my message for the sound department. Indian Affairs Excellence in Ayurvedic Psychiatry. Do you have it now? Otherwise, I'll just announce. If you have a problem, I'll just announce. Hai? Indian Affairs Excellence in Ayurvedic Psychiatry. I think that's the 16th. Yeah.
Indian Affairs Excellence in Ayurvedic Psychiatry, and the winner is Dr. Manan Gandhi.
May we have the proud father also to accompany us. Please come on stage as well.
Okay, all right, okay. Come, Mayank, come. Proud father. Thank you.
Next award, we resume from where we had. We are resuming from where we were.
Ethical Innovation in Cosmetic Dermatology, Skin Science Disruptor Leadership 2025. And the nominees are Galderma India Private Limited, Bioderma India Private Limited, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals Limited, MQTX Biopharmaceuticals Limited, Brinton Pharmaceuticals Limited, Serave India.
Ethical Innovation in Cosmetic Dermatology, Skin Science Disruptor Leadership 2025 goes to MQTX Biopharmaceuticals Limited.
Ji Satya, can you please come on the stage along with the team? This is the man who made this company in 1 year, 60 crore business in skin core, first Indian dermatology company to have achieved this milestone. Am I right? Congratulations. Amal.
I heard something nice about MQTix biopharmaceuticals. They have some solutions for removing wrinkles. So I think women will be very happy and they will be always looking 18-year-olds. कोई उनको और बुद्धि नहीं बोल सकता. They have the answer. Girls, we have some answers here for
And
forever
Satya,
beauty.
you have collaborated with a company. Can you please throw some light on it?
Okay, I'll request Amal to talk.
Okay, right, yeah. You can go
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks a lot. It is really a great honor to receive this award, and that too from the hands of Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra. And we really, as stated, we have some very beautiful first of its kind product that we have launched over here in India, and we have used state-of-the-art technology. In terms of collaboration, we have also collaborated with an Italian firm, Vico, to bring one of the patented products over here in India by the name of PRX Plus. And globally, if you see, around 6 million procedures for this product has been done worldwide with very minimal, literally no side effects. And this has got a procedure which we call a lunch hour procedure. There is absolutely no downtime. It takes just around 15 minutes to do this. And as stated by her, you will obviously look around 18 years old, and that is what we all aspire for.
Amal, you have to give some product to her so to test it actually.
No, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely. And as we receive this Skin Science Leadership Disruptor Award at MQTix, let me tell you, for us, disruption is not something being loud, but it is being meaningful. It is about really advancing dermatology with science, innovation, and technology. I must also take this opportunity to thank our CEO, Mr. Satya Narayanan, for his unwavering support and guidance. And this achievement would not have been possible without his leadership and vision. Thank you, sir. And once again, thanks to all of you for this honor. We are deeply grateful. Thank you. God bless you all.
So give a huge round of applause to Satya. In a period of 1 year, has made this company to 60 crore business. I think this is the first Indian company in the skincare segment to have achieved this height. Where do you want to see in 2027?
Close around 300 crores.
Fantastic. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you and many congratulations for the coveted honor. Thank you, Danya.
So when I'm coming next year, you'll be confused. Am I still studying in school or college?
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Indian Affairs Business Reformer in Medical Devices.
Indian Affairs Business Reformer in Medical Devices 2025. And the winner is Mr. Rajiv Nath, Forum Coordinator, AI Med and Managing Director, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Limited.
Namaskar. Thank you so much for this honor. This is very important for me. It's a business reform actually. So I wanted to tell you, all of you, those who have not aware of this thing, the syringe that you make, which is called Dispovan, is being produced by him only. So all the syringes that you're seeing in Dispovan brand is coming from him. I won't let you go. I want you to speak. Click 10 seconds of your achievements over here for this milestone.
Congrats, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks all. And I must say that always inspiring to come over here. I came for the Pharma Leaders Award. I think it was 2017 or something like that.
Correct, yeah.
hearing stories from inspiring people like Mr. Mayank Gandhi and others over here like Dr. Batra motivates us to go forward and do a bit for society and to help the country to go forward economically with compassion. We must all do a bit together. We can't just leave it to the government. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming all the way from Delhi and listening to honor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Indian Affairs Strategic Trailblazer in Service Innovation 2025.
Indian Affairs Strategic Trailblazer in Service Innovation 2025. And the winner is Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, founder A to Z Services Private Limited.
Can we have a round of applause, please? Most Promising and Emerging Pharmaceutical Company of the Year 2025.
Most Promising and Emerging Pharmaceutical Company of the Year 2025. And the winner is Boardrooms Industries Limited.
तालियां कम हो रही है, अभी अवार्ड्स खत्म भी होने वाले हैं, तो तालियां बजा ही दीजिए. 4 अवार्ड्स है बस. After this. India's premier luxury villa staycation Vanguard 2025.
India's premier luxury villa staycation Vanguard 2025. And the nominees are Saffron Stays, Lohona Stays, Elivas, Echo Stay, Stay Vista, Zostel.
India's premier luxury villa staycation Vanguard 2025 award goes to Zoo World Zostel.
Very good, very good. Where is Afira? I took your interview, right? Many congratulations. Give my regards to everyone.
India's trailblazing visionary hotelier of the year 2025.
India's trailblazing visionary hotelier of the year 2025. And the nominees are Mr. Ranjan Chopra, Managing Director, Team Hotels and Resorts, Avatara Resort and Spa; Mr. Arjun Balji, President of Royal Orchid Hotels and founder of Iconiqua Hotels and Resorts; Dr. Sanjay Sethi, Managing Director and CEO, Charlotte Hotels Limited; Mr. Sarbendra Sarkar, Founder and Managing Director, Signet Hotels and Resorts; Mr. Varun Saraf, Director and CEO, Juniper Hotels Limited; Mr. Rahul Tom, Managing Director, Kondodi Hotels and Resorts.
India's trailblazing visionary hotelier of the year 2025 goes to Mr. Rahul Tom, Managing Director, Kondodi Hotels and Resorts. Talia, please.
Yes, come all the way from Chennai. We wanted to give 5 days vacation for you. Would you go? We wanted to give you 5 days vacation for you. Rahul, hi, very present. I've told Dr. Bhavna that you would like to host him in the program. Congratulations. So I wanted to tell you one thing. When I took the interview, I think I took the interview 4 days back or 4 days back. He told, why have you chosen me? We did not know anything. Nobody contacted. I told, this is the name which came up. There are others also who were calling up. We did not take the call also. Because we knew that who is making innovation and the real impact. And let me tell you that he's a very low profile guy. He has built up 6 luxury 5-star hotels. Which are the places, Rahul, actually? It's in Munnar, Thekadi, Wayanad, and Idiki. Fantastic. A huge round of applause to Rahul Tom for this wonderful achievement, actually. Thank you and congratulations.
India's Transformational Farmers Success Model Award.
I get a mail to you, to me.
India's Transformational Farmers Success Model Award, and the winner is Global Vikas Trust.
For showing us the power of Bharat, the side of Bharat.
Give it to Sanjay, where is Sanjay? Sanjay has to come. Sanjay has to come. Come. No, Sanjay has to come. Come.
So Mayank sir, this is the team that works for Bharat.
So give a huge round of applause to the team who are tirelessly working for the welfare
so this is
of
1/4 of the 250 people working for the global success of Bharat, for the development of Bharat.
Very good. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Most promising emerging brand of the year.
We need to motivate these people. No one in my lifetime.
Most promising emerging brand of the year 2025, and the winner is Elixirs.
So I'd like
Let's
to
give a
call
big round of applause.
Seetal on the stage, please. is the one who has developed this brand. I wanted to gift you the, can you please gift to that bathing set? Lessons, yeah. Congratulations, thank you.
So lastly, I think we saw wahi pe rukiye. We have a special memento to be given.
It's given
to the anchor. That's me, Leslie Tripathi.
Okay, I didn't know. Memento for Leslie, please. Oh, very good. See, they're sending me. No, there are, you have to give it to the people, stagecraft and all. No, you've done, all other things are there. हाँ बाकी stagecraft वगैरह सब.
Just thoda sa last page.
This one.
May I now invite on stage Mr. Deepak Kumar, General Manager, Hilton Mumbai International Airport, to receive this special recognition from Dr. Satya Brahma. Give it up, guys. We are at Hilton Hotel. We love the service here.
That is why. Yeah. So Deepak, thank you for the hospitality and everything you've given.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you.
This small memento. Take it here. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Hilton.
I would like to also say, Mr. Deepak, it's really nice. You have wonderful staff. My father had difficulty in walking, so they provided him with a wheelchair, and the boys came straight here to help us come here. So thank you. You have wonderful team here. Yeah, thank you. Now I invite on stage Ms. Sonia Sharma, Director of Human Resources, Hilton Mumbai International Airport. तालियां please. जितने भी हिल्टन के नेम आएंगे आपको तालियां बजानी पड़ेगी.
So congratulations, Sonia. Good. You can come in the meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding Hilton Mumbai International Airport for the exceptional partnership and hospitality that has added grace and grandeur to this conclave. As we celebrate tonight, it is equally important to acknowledge those who have stood by us and made this conclave possible with their unwavering support. I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Kalbag of Creative Awards to kindly come up on the stage to receive a memento as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you for all the support you've given. Always there with me. Yes, you have to. After this, you have to.
I would like to invite...
Just a minute,
Yeah, sorry, sir.
Just want to say a big thank you to Satya Brahma. We have been associated for God knows how many years?
20 years.
20 years. So this guy's got personal charisma. Yeah. Wake up, guys, after a long lunch. Clap for Satya Brahma. He really has personal charisma and has helped our company, Creative Awards and Rewards. We have been doing manufacturing trophies for the last 35 years, but you helped us grow the company. And we are pioneers in 3D printing, manufactured trophies as per customized designs in metal, wood, glass, acrylic. A big thank you again to Satya Brahma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would also like to invite Mr. Jitesh Agarwal of Print and Pack to come up on the stage to receive a memento as a token of appreciation. Mr. Jitesh Agarwal.
No, he's not there.
And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Ryan Desa from Stagecraft to come up on stage to receive a memento as a token of appreciation.
Good friend.
We sincerely thank you for sharing your valuable time with us from your busy schedules. Our partnership has been integral to the success of this conclave.
So I wanted to make it one point very clear here. I've been associated with Mr. Ryan for around 16 years when I started conceptualizing these events. We've been with us for a long time, so all this stage and everything you're seeing is his brainchild. Thank you very much for being part of this actually. Thank you.
On behalf of the India Leadership Conclave, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed partners, Print and Pack, Creative Awards and Rewards, and Stagecraft. Thank you once again. We look forward to meeting you in our next edition in 2026.
And the next edition in 2026 will come out with a new theme. Hopefully that theme will give a new direction to India. That is Bharat for you. And we are looking at India, the way how the world is going to perceive us. We'll come out with a new theme, with a new range of thought process, with the thought process that will save the very future of Bharat. That is Bharat for you. Thank you very much and see you next year. Thank you all the best for coming over here. Thank you. And thank you, Leslie, for hosting this conclave, being a very wonderful anchor. We really liked you. Thank you so much.